Boy, did the Hogs ever choke AJC.
Yeah.
How does that guy go to third there? It's a routine double play ball.
Golly. Mm-hmm.
Oh, my gosh. I mean, your old adage, you can't give them 4 outs, and they kind of gave them 5 and that's a tough play in the outfield. That's a hard liner. That's thinking. I'm not blaming that kid for that one, but you got to turn 2 there. Got to turn 2. Wow.
Oh.
Yeah, Tim, it would be nice if they would have this. You know, we got Steve Carney on at 7:38. We're just what the Rays gonna do at the trade deadline, and then an hour and a half later they're selling the team. Son of a. And here we go.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this Thursday, where the football magic numbers are 70 and 77, because we're 10 and 11 weeks away from the college and pro football seasons kicking off. But man, is the sports world not waiting for that. How the heck are you, Miller and Moulton? MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. So much going on and off the field. Top of the morning to you, Mark. How are you?
I'm doing well, David. You are right. What a wild day yesterday. You know, David, when the Suns sold for $4 billion,
right,
and the Clippers sold for $2 billion prior to that,
right.
You know, we just wondered, how the hell can these franchises be worth that? Who's got the money to pay for them? And then yesterday, $10 billion for the Lakers. Holy cow, that's a lot of money. Even when we talk about it being monopoly money, and we can't truly, I mean, there's some folks down in Naples that might be listening, in Naples, Florida, for those of you listening in Huntsville and Jacksonville, etc. There are some billionaires down in Naples. I know it for a fact. I mean, I don't know any of them, but I know they exist.
Right.
Even for the Fifth Avenue crowd, David.
Right.
$10 billion's a lot of money.
Yes. In Port Royal, okay, they texted one another and said, "Hey, did you see how much money the Lakers are selling for? Wow. Yes. Even in Port Royal.
Right.
Even the developer from Jacksonville, who apparently he and a few other guys are buying the Rays. Even he said, I'll be damned. Did you see what the Lakers are going for?" Right.
Right. I could buy 5 Rays for what he's paying for the Lakers.
Right. Man, for that kind of money, I could build a dome.
In fact, I could probably build 2.
In fact, I could buy the Rays, I could build a dome wherever the heck I want, and still have $6 billion left over to buy the Celtics. Man, that's a lot of money. Yeah. Now, is he paying $10 billion? No. First off, because the guy already owns 26% of the Lakers, so he doesn't have to buy 100% of the Lakers. But he is buying the Lakers at a value. He's paying for the other 74% of the team, about 60% of which he's going to get immediately, and the Buss family is going to hold on to about 15% for a while. I don't know. Do they think the value is going to go up? Maybe it's for tax purposes. I have no idea. But he's buying the rest of the team at a value of 10 bubba. I mean, the guy who bought the Washington Commanders 2 years ago is like, I'll be damned. That's a lot of money. I only paid 6 for the football team. Hell, I could buy the Commanders and I could pay for the brand new stadium for less than it costs to buy the Lakers.
And I know these numbers are so ginormous that regular people like us, I'm hoping the listeners, us there, I just meant David and I, because you may all be millionaires and billionaires. We don't know.
Mark, at this point, come on. At this point, what do?
Shut up and cash the check.
21,000 is the text line if you want to sponsor Miller and Moulton, blah, blah. I thought it was the perfect segue. If all of our listeners are millionaires and billionaires, I thought it was the perfect time to, hit them up. But go ahead.
That's a great point. I really only need 2 of you. I don't need more than that. So if 2 billionaires want to text me at 21,000, we'll talk.
We cost a lot less than the Lakers. Now, we're not as good, mind you. Okay.
I don't know. We're not that, we're kind of like the Lakers right now.
Well, I mean, I could be Luka, I'm overweight. Okay. I struggle with conditioning. I mean, that could be me. I mean, your back's bothering you. You could be LeBron.
Right.
Okay,
Too bad AD's not still there with the back. I'm with you. Right.
But anyway, yeah. Yeah. Even you and I texted one another. And as we've talked many times, Mark and I are very fond of one another. But we spend 4 hours and 15 minutes with each other. We know a lot about each other's lives. And since we do sports and have talked about it for 20 plus years with us on and off the air, we know how each other thinks. So when something happens in the sports world, we usually don't have to comment to one another about it. Worst case scenario, I'll hear his opinion tomorrow. When the Lakers went for 10 even Miller and Moulton were like, I got to reach out to the other guy. This is a lot of money.
So here's my question for you, David, and for our audience, and I would love to get your answers at 21,000. What's the vibe of the Lakers fan today? And I know there are Laker fans listening because there are Laker fans everywhere.
Yes.
Just like there are Raider fans everywhere, Cowboy fans everywhere, Yankee fans everywhere. There are Laker fans everywhere. Do you feel any differently about your team when they're worth $10 billion? Or is it just that's a separate thing and I'm a fan? Do you think they should be better now that they're worth $10 billion? Do you think you're cheated because they're worth $10 billion and they can't get out of the first round of the playoffs? Or does it not matter to you? And I'll ask the same, even though the Rays have not been sold, of the Rays fan out there. Do you get excited when you hear of a sale? I would think the Rays fan would be ecstatic today, that it looks like there's actually a real negotiation going on for the sale of the team, because Stu Sternberg had no interest in getting a stadium done in the Tampa region. He didn't. He's used Tampa. He's used St. Pete. Apparently, he's doing it to sell the team. I don't know what Stu Sternberg's MO is. I really don't, David. I have no idea.
Well, all I know, Mark, is that 21 years ago he bought the team for $200 million, and he's going to reportedly sell it for 1.7. Now, in a generation, is getting 8.5 times more value than what you paid for something good value? I'd say it is.
I would think so, David. I mean, there are a lot of us out there that have owned a home
right
for the amount of time that he has owned the Rays. That's for most of us, that's the only comparison we can make of something we have of value and what the value of that is a generation from now. I don't think many of us are doing 8 times what we paid for our homes in 20 years.
No. In fact, when I had to move from the 239 and you handled the sale for me and did a great job, by the way, I got a little more than double what we had paid. I got 2.5 times what we paid for the house when we purchased it in, 2002 and sold in 22. So, 20, 21 years later, I got 2.5 times what I paid for it.
Pretty good.
And I was thrilled.
Pretty good. A lot
Right,
of Jacksonville jump in and buy something.
Right. And I'm just thrilled. Stu's getting 8.5 times.
Right.
That's
not to mention during that tenure of owning the team, because he's been such a cheap SOB, he's made a boatload of money on the luxury taxes that the Yankees and Dodgers and Mets and Red Sox and Cubs, etc., have been paying all these years.
Right. And
he basically is getting a dividend. This is like a stock that you had that is multiplied over 8 times, and you're getting dividend checks that are big each year.
I mean, Mark, he's going to make so much on this sale that he's probably not going to sue to try to still own the land that was in that St. Pete deal. He's probably now going to just give it up and say,
wait and see on that. Wait to see on that one.
Yeah, as David Sampson.
Greed is greed.
But yes, so one reported sale and one sale in the works yesterday for an awful lot of money.
And a third sale was dealing yesterday.
Yeah. Chris Sale has got it going on.
You're damn right he does.
Yep.
Last 6 starts, he has been unflippin' believable.
Yep. He was coming off a late season injury, so he was, just kind of tipping his toes in the water in April and getting adjusted. But, yeah, he was the best pitcher in the National League last year. And let me tell you, right now, he's the best pitcher in the National League.
8 2/3 last night.
They let him try to get it because usually Sale's about a 100-pitch guy. He's a max effort guy, and he's about a 100-pitch guy these days. And he had the shutout going, and they let him go for it. He ended up throwing, I don't know if he's thrown this many pitches since he was with the White Sox. I mean, honestly, he threw what, like 117?
117, something like that. Yeah.
Hey, that's a lot of pitches.
And made a huge effort on a defensive play on the 9th inning, diving for a loose grounder and throwing the guy out at first. I mean,
yep. To keep the shutout intact, to try to get that complete game. Absolutely.
So yesterday we had a sale in LA. Talk about a sale in Tampa and a sale dealing on the Hill in Atlanta. Oh, yeah, by the way, it took the Florida Panthers less than 24 hours to damage Lord Stanley's Cup.
In 2 different places. Did you see Barkov, the video of him at 5 in the morning, knocking on neighbors' doors and ringing their doorbell, and when they open the door, just showing them the cup?
It's the best. He was going door to door
in
with the
his
Stanley Cup
neighborhood.
through his neighborhood. And the
At
one
5.
ring video I was watching, the wife was going, no, she's like, Barkov's asking for the husband. Where is he? Where is he? She's like, he's coming. He's coming. Like, I told him I was going to do this. Get down here. 5 in the morning, walking through the neighborhood with the Stanley Cup because they weren't even close to done. That was 3 hours before they made their way to the elbow room. Miller and Moulton, great show ahead for you. Thanks for listening. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. I've been a customer for over a year and cannot say enough good things about their service and communication. If you're a business owner, you can trust Molly Maid to do an exceptional job. Their expert team delivers tailored cleaning for whatever your needs, ensuring a pristine environment for clients and staff. Visit mollymaid.com/FT-Myers or call 239-418-0052. Molly Maid makes my home shine, and it will make your home or business shine too.
This is Miller and Moulton.
And RCB, the key of what you said is just decent. Just spend what, 140 million instead of 80, 90. I mean, it's unbelievable what they could do with that team. With that's 4 more decent players. That's 3 more decent players at that kind of money. Big OC, I see your tweets all the time. Welcome to the YouTube chat room.
No, I ate before the show, but
I'm very curious to hear what that Ann Burrell passed away of. 50, the cook. I actually liked her. I watched it. I didn't like the Worst Cook in America show, but the show she had before that, I always thought she was the female Guy Fieri there. I mean, she had the spiked hair. She had a good personality, but she was young.
55.
Yeah, I mean,
right.
If it's a heart attack, that's one thing. You almost guess it's something else when it's that young.
Right. They are reporting heart attack, Rick? Or which was it?
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. NBA championship could be won tonight, or we could get a game 7. Is Halliburton going to play? Doesn't look good, to be honest with you, but
no, and play. David, if he does play, how effective can he be?
Yeah. Do you play him if he's not running around in warm-ups looking like Tyrese Halliburton? Because this ain't a Tuesday in January here. This is the NBA championship on the line, and I know you want to play, but if you're hurting the team, you can't play.
Exactly. And what makes him effective? Being able to drive, go downhill, dish the ball out when driving. He's not just a stop and pop shooter. There's a lot to his game, and a lot of it involves movement. And if he can't move, Oklahoma City, who defends so well, is going to know it pretty early, David. And then Halliburton's a non-factor. So I don't know what they do because, as you said, you want to play your stars. He wants to play. I get that. But if he's going to hurt the team, you can't play him.
Oklahoma City is 6.5-point road favorite to win their first championship as the Thunder. Technically, the franchise did come from Seattle. The Sonics won the title in 79. Oklahoma City doesn't claim any of the Seattle history in the franchise lineage. So the owner of the Thunder will consider this their first championship. 8:30 tonight, ABC, Game 6, Thunder and Pacers. But Mark hinted before we went to break about the Panthers, and what are they going on now? Not even 36 hours, right? Since they won Lord Stanley, they're approached right around 30 hours
Right.
since they've won Lord Stanley.
And they probably just got to bed.
And they've reportedly already cracked the bowl and dented the bottom. However, the cup, we've been assured, will look pristine, as good as new, Sunday for the parade. What's it, Fort Lauderdale Beach?
Yes.
Yeah. So already having to call in the repairman. Think about his job. Everybody gets a day with the cup. And, Barkov's from Finland. So, that sucker, there's Russians on the team, what have you. I mean, that sucker's going to travel during the summer.
Oh, yeah.
Does every time. And so you got Phil Pritchard, the guy with the hair and the white gloves. He's got to go with the cup because, well, someone from the NHL has to be alongside the cup every day of the cup's existence. But also the repairman's got to be, 24/7. You got to be on call for 3 months here.
Well, yes, you do. But the big days are really the day the cup is won. The 24 hours after, and then the parade are the two places in which the cup is most vulnerable. Tampa damaged the cup, tossing it from boat to boat.
Right.
And I believe there was a drop one year in which they dented the cup.
Right. There have been a few epic stories over years. Legend has it, I think it was Rick Tockett's house, but the Penguins in the early 90s, they found the cup at the bottom of a pool the next morning when, people scantily clad woke up poolside and it's like, where's Lord Stanley? Where's Lord Stanley? Oh, he's at the bottom of the pool. Oh, wow, look at him. Man, is he dented.
Yeah, it sinks.
Right. And they were throwing him around. I mean, he was like Rocky in the corner. Cut me, Mick. Cut me. I mean, that's what Lord Stanley reportedly looked like one year when the Penguins got done with him in the early 90s.
I mean, Eddie Olchuk famously took the Stanley Cup to Belmont Park.
Right. He's into the horse.
Allowed Gopher Gin, the Derby winner, to eat out of the cup.
Right.
Some guys have eaten cereal out of the cup. I mean, they've all drank out of the cup. They get to do with it what they wish.
What would you do? I was around the cup twice. Okay. You guys had it when you worked for the Florida Everblades in Southwest Florida. Okay. The cup came through and, I was close enough to see it. I didn't touch it, but I was close enough to see it. There was another promotional. Wasn't it like the assistant equipment guy with the Lightning the first time they won the cup in 2004?
And he had ties to Naples. He was from Naples, and he brought the cup down to Naples, Florida for a day. Yes.
Right. And I was actually doing a show, and he brought it by the bowling alley where I was doing the show from. Okay. And people could see it and touch it and take pictures with it and what have you. But Eddie Belfour, when he won the cup, all right, with Dallas, Eddie, who played for the University of North Dakota, brought the cup. He's a Canadian, but he made a trip with it, took a few hours and went down to Grand Forks in his old college stomping grounds and brought the cup there.
I never really thought about what I would do with it if I won it, because that thought never entered my mind. The only thing, when we had the cup, and I've told this story before, but Phil Pritchard brought the cup down to the arena that I worked at and the team that I worked for, the Florida Everblades, and I think at that time it was Tico Arena. It's now Hertz Arena. And we convinced Phil that he didn't have to take the cup back home, and we would put it in the safe that there is in the building and lock it up. And he's like, that's great. That's perfect. I'll leave it with you guys. We wheeled it down. We put it in the safe, And I had taken it around with Phil. In fact, took it to the building I'm in now and there was an afternoon show that was pretty popular at the time. We let those guys see it. And the one DJ put on the gloves and got to pick up the cup. And we had a great day. And we brought the cup back to the building. We put it in the safe, and Phil left to go to his hotel room. And within 5 minutes of Phil leaving to go to his hotel room, we unlocked the safe, brought the cup up to our boss's office, who was not there. And Frank Lapsley, who was running the building, I was the marketing guy and broadcaster, and we both brought our wives and kids to the building. And we put candy in the top of the Stanley Cup and let our kids climb on the Stanley Cup to pull the candy out and eat it. And I remember our assistant coach, PK O'Hanley, being unbelievably upset with me because I was a young broadcaster who had aspirations to go to the National Hockey League. And he just looked at me and goes, "You're never going to win the effing thing." And he didn't say effing. And he goes, "You're never going to win it. You can't touch that thing unless you've earned the right to touch that thing." And he was pissed at me. And more so pissed at me because I was letting my son, who at that time, when your 2-year-old kid is working, you're working for a hockey team, all your kids, any kid around there is going to have skates on at a pretty young age. You're ruining his shot. You're ruining your shot. So I guess he was right.
Well, it's true. That's true. I mean, your son's got a pretty good life going, but not much of a hockey career, as it turned out.
No, my hockey broadcast career is long over.
I was going to say you pulled your plug on it about 3 years after that incident. So,
but that was my one moment, if you will, with Lord Stanley. Now, there are a few of them. There's one in the Hockey Hall of Fame. There's one that travels. I want to say there are 3 Stanley Cups that are out there. But Phil Pritchard, the man who travels with the cup, the keeper of the cup. And yesterday, it did an all-nighter. Bark off on the streets, knocking on neighbors' doors. And then about 8 a.m., they showed up at the Elbow Room to keep the party going. We'll keep the party going, kind of, sort of, with the starting 5. That's next, plus some NBA talk with Keith Smith coming up on Miller and Moulton. Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
with summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floormeisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floormeisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floormeisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
This
sound.
is Miller and Moulton.
You want to ask something about the sale of the Rays? Will it, will it make any difference? Will it, you worried more that they'll move now? There were some people freaking out yesterday.
I know you know this, but Super 70 Sports just put a post out that just puts Bill Russell played 3 years of college, 13 years in the NBA, and 1 Olympics. He won 11 NBA championships, 2 NCAA championships, and Olympic gold.
Right.
Recap, the man had 17 shots at glory in his career and bullseyed it 14 goddamn times. Legend. Yeah, as a matter of fact, he is.
Bob Bryant all the time. Greatest winner in the history of sports.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Keith Smith will join us 1 hour from now. There's a few NBA things up for discussion. A few big trades already made. Another one that's on the way. Oh, by the way, Game 6 of the finals tonight. And the Celtics and Lakers are both being sold in the same year. And apparently one's worth 40% more than the other. JP Peterson will join us in our 8 a.m. hour. The Rays, are they finally going to be sold? JP's been on this story for months, many months. JP came on this show a year ago and said the St. Pete thing's not going to happen. He's going to sell. They're going to stay in Tampa. JP Peterson in our 8 a.m. hour. And we'll talk a little Ravens also. They made a nice free agent signing yesterday. And Lamar Jackson speaking for the first time since they got eliminated from the playoffs. I think the Ravens are the favorites to win the Super Bowl. We'll head to Baltimore a couple hours from now. Right now, it is time for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the Starting Five.
We'll start with baseball. Nationally, Sportico being credited as the first to report that Rays owner Stu Sternberg, who bought the team in 2004 for $200 million, has signed a letter of intent to sell the team to a group of Florida investors led by Jacksonville residential developer Patrick Zalupski for $1.7 billion. Zalupski is president and CEO of Dream Finders Homes, and he's also a member of the board of trustees at the University of Florida. One of the other gentlemen that was mentioned owns the AAA Jacksonville Jumbo Shrimp. And Mark, I don't know if you want to go with a Rays being sold poll question, whether or not fans think it's good for the team, bad for the team, going to lead to them moving, or will make no difference whatsoever. They'll always be a small market team in the grand scheme of things. Don't know if that's a sexy enough poll question, but, chew on that. As for on the field, so Baltimore scored 8 runs in the second inning yesterday in Tampa. They led 8-0. They didn't get a hit or a base runner the rest of the game. So the Rays said, well, in that case, how about if we come back and win? 3 in the third, 1 in the fourth, 4 in the fifth. We're tied. And then going to the bottom of the seventh, they scored 4 more. So the Orioles scored 8 runs in an inning and ended the game in a slump and with a loss. 12-8 Rays, who are now just a game and a half back of the Yankees because, yes, the Yankees snapped their scoreless string at 30 innings with a second-inning homer last night, but they also lost their 6th straight. The Angels beat them 3-2. So Tampa Bay's a game and a half back of the Yankees, and the Jays are only 2 back. They beat Arizona once again, 8-1 the final. Red Sox climbing back in it, and after trading Devers, they went to Seattle and took 2 of 3. Trevor Story with a 2-run homer. That Garrett Crochet guy with 6 innings of 1-run ball. Red Sox 3-1 over the Mariners. Bryson Stott with a 3-run homer. The Phillies beat the Marlins before nearly 10,000, 4-2. And they're just a game back of the Mets because they've lost 5 in a row. And Chris Sale saw to it personally. 8 2/3 shutout innings. Acuna led the game off with a homer. Braves 5-0 over New York. Got to give it up for the Dodgers. A week and a half ago, the Dodgers' lead out west was 1 over both the Padres and the Giants. And they were playing the Padres and the Giants for the next week and a half. They went to San Diego, took 2 of 3, came home against the Giants, took 2 of 3, and now they've taken the first 3 games of a series against the Padres in L.A. Will Smith, pinch hit homer in the 9th to win it. Dodgers 4-3. Dodgers up 4.5 on the Giants. Padres clinging by a half a game to the final playoff spot in the National League, holding off the Brewers and the Reds, respectively. Listen, normally I don't spend a whole lot of time on rainouts, but the Brewers and the Cubs were postponed due to rain. They'll make that game up in August. Cardinals and White Sox postponed due to rain. They'll do a doubleheader today. Here's the interesting doubleheader. In Detroit, Pirates and Tigers, because originally Skubal for the Tigers was going to pitch Wednesday, and Skeens for the Pirates was going to pitch Thursday. Now, right now on paper, Skubal is pitching against Haney at 1 o'clock, and Skeens is pitching against Undecided at 5 o'clock.
Undecided's good.
I don't know if his stuff's as good as Skeens, though, let me tell you. But here's another thing. Tell me if you're not Skeens that you don't go to the interim manager of the Pirates and say, give me Skubal. Let's go. Okay? Let Haney have Undecided at 5.
David, that is an unbelievable idea. We would, as sports fans, love to see that. It is one of the most outlandish comments you've really ever made.
What are you talking about?
Because, David, do you think the interim manager could make the decision as to who and when Skeens pitches? Do you think there's a manager on the planet today that actually has a damn thing to do with who the pitcher is? That's a general manager, president job. It comes down from on high, and they're the only ones that could say it. Skeens can't come in and say, I want to pitch against Skubal. Well, okay, here you go. I'll let you. It doesn't work that way in the major league anymore.
What difference does it make if he starts at 1 o'clock or 5 o'clock? We're not talking about a day.
David, it makes no difference. But what I'm telling you is if you honestly believe that Skeens has the power to say when he pitches, you're nuts.
I think he's got more power than the interim manager. And the owner of the Pirates isn't paying attention. I'm telling you, if Skeens goes into his office, the only guy who can stop this is Ben Cherington. And he's fighting for his job, too. You really going to honk off Skeens? If you're the Pirates, can you really afford to honk off Skeens?
You're going to trade him in 2 years anyhow. Does it matter?
All right. Well, here I am trying to get all excited. It's in the baseball hour. You couldn't even give it to me. The Rockies have won 4 in a row.
Break them up.
What the heck? Should we all go out buy lottery tickets? I mean, season high 4-game winning streak. Nats have lost 11 in a row. I can't believe Dave Martinez is still hanging in there. Remember, he managed them when they won the World Series. He's been there a while. Rockies are now just 40 games below 500 at 17-57. 3-1 over the Nats. Poor Twins. The rain came a little too late. Reds in 6 innings beat Minnesota 4-2. Cleveland by that same score over the Giants. Verlander still winless as a Giant. Devers went 0 for 3 with a walk. Miguel Garcia with a homer and 4 RBIs. The Royals beat Texas 6-3. And the Astros with 7 in the 6th up their lead in the West to 5.5 with an 11-4 win over the A's. College baseball. Coastal Carolina with their 26th straight win. They beat Louisville 11-3. So Coastal Carolina's in the final, and it turns out so is LSU. Even though Arkansas scored 2 in the ninth to take a 5-3 lead to the bottom of the ninth. And if you can ever see a baseball team choke, Arkansas choked. Their defense helped LSU score 3 in the bottom of the ninth. LSU 6-5. It'll be Coastal Carolina, the 13 seed, against the 6-seeded Tigers of LSU in a best of 3 beginning Saturday night, 7 o'clock on ESPN.
You know, Gary Sharp, friend of the show, was listening. I was listening to a little bit of the Coastal Carolina broadcast yesterday, David. And Gary Sharp, our buddy in Omaha, was on the he's the field reporter. His partner from his show does play-by-play. He does the sidelines. And Gary Sharp made a great comparison called Coastal Kick, because people don't know who Coastal is, and they've won a natty before, but people think of this as this great Cinderella story. And he likened it more, even though they've won a title and this team hasn't, to Gonzaga in college basketball. This is a program at Coastal Carolina. You may not really have heard of the school, know nothing about them, but they have developed a baseball program there. They're good. And hopefully the nation roots for them against the big bad SEC this weekend.
Saturday night, best 2 of 3, 7 o'clock is when it gets underway on ESPN. 8:30 tonight on ABC is Game 6 of the NBA Finals. Oklahoma City up 3-2. Halliburton hurt for the Pacers, a game-time decision with a sore calf. Thunder a 6.5-point favorite to win their first title. The Buss family, who've owned the Lakers since 1979. No one has owned an NBA team for longer. They're going to sell their majority stake in the team to Mark Walter at a value of $10 billion. The Buss family will keep 15% of the team for, quote, a while, unquote. Jeannie Buss will continue to run the franchise, quote, for a number of years, unquote. As for Walter, he currently owns 26% of the team. The Lakers selling for a value of $10 billion. The Celtics sale, which is pending, is for a value of just over $6 billion. It's still the 2 biggest sales of sports franchises in North American history. More than any NFL team currently. It does make you wonder if Jera ever put the Cowboys up for sale. Would they go for 20?
It starts at 15 without even batting an eye.
NHL Panthers. Their parade, Fort Lauderdale, is Sunday. They've reportedly cracked the bowl and dented the bottom of Lord Stanley's Cup already. It will be repaired in time for the parade. Golf, the Travelers is in Connecticut. It's an elevated event, so $20 million on the line, and it's a great field. I don't know how motivated they're going to be because they've played a lot of golf in a short period of time, and they all have publicly said they want to go home because they've made enough money. 4 more days in Connecticut doesn't really interest them. I'll be curious how many of the big boys conveniently missed the cut by a stroke or 2 on Friday so they can get the heck out of Dodge. And the LPGA, they're having what used to be called the LPGA Championship. Now it's called the Women's PGA Championship. Whatever, it's a major. It's in Frisco, Texas, and it gets underway today. And Jair Alexander took less money to sign a 1-year, $6 million deal with the Ravens. You know, sometimes give this little show a little credit. When the Packers let Jair Alexander go, Mark, what did we say?
Pay attention to the Ravens.
That's something the Ravens would do. The Ravens and the Eagles said he's a good player. He'll be affordable. That's something the Ravens and the Eagles would do. Well, he was a college teammate of Lamar Jackson, so he took just a little less to reunite with Lamar in Baltimore. And that's if you didn't think the Ravens already had the best roster on paper before the season started. And at 9 minutes before the hour, that was the starting 5. 5 big stories that you needed to know, including how many billions is your team worth here on Miller and Moulton.
So we could go with the Rays sale as a poll question if that's where you want to go.
No,
I
just a
don't know.
suggestion.
I don't know how much our audience cares about the Rays is my
Right.
biggest concern.
No, I hear you.
I mean, there are a couple of diehards that let us know when we have a Rays guest on what's on their brain with the Rays.
Is there a way to phrase a question? If you had the money, would you pay $10 billion for anything?
Sure. I mean, but it's such a, I mean, is that, if you won the lottery, would you buy a pro sports team? I mean, that's really what this, that's not true, because you couldn't even win the damn lotto and afford a pro sports team anymore.
Right.
I mean, you could afford a minor league team, maybe, if you won a big Powerball.
Big.
You could maybe afford, you can't even get an MLS team anymore.
No, you can't. That was your dream.
I knew that league was about to explode. And it has. Soccer's still awful, but the franchise valuations have gone through the roof in the last 10, 12 years.
And the games are on streaming and nobody sees them. But hey, on paper, it's a gold mine.
But, on the south side of Chicago, they're getting a new soccer facility, and the White Sox are standing there going, what about us? In Tampa, they're planning a new soccer facility, and the Rays are going, what about us? We'll ask J.P. Peterson about that coming up. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floormeisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floormeisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floormeisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. I've been a customer for over a year and cannot say enough good things about their service and communication. If you're a business owner, you can trust Molly Maid to do an exceptional job. Their expert team delivers tailored cleaning for whatever your needs, ensuring a pristine environment for clients and staff. Visit mollymaid.com/FT-Myers or call 239-418-0052. Molly Maid makes my home shine, and it will make your home or business shine too.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Guys, I got a Knicks and ambient. What did Shadur Sanders do that's now caused him to be? Hang on. What did you say, Puck Virtue? Colorado usually was covering stuff up. Didn't take long. The Sanders kid is who we thought he was. What did he do? He sped in a car. He didn't give the cop any crap. He took us. It's a $250 fourth-degree misdemeanor. You're acting like he killed somebody, for Christ's sake. Come on, guys. It's a speeding ticket. What's the fastest you've ever driven a car? I'm just curious, because I've been in a car with me driving at over 100 miles an hour. I've also been in a car one time late at night doing about $140. Stupid. I was young and dumb. I was a passenger. But speeding, and we're going to say that this is who the NFL thought he was? Come on, guys. That's just flat out hatred for a guy. Holy crap. I don't know if he's going to be worth a damn as a quarterback, but a speeding ticket and we're going to throw the book at him? Oh, gosh, guys. I mean, Puck, I'm asking Puck Virtue. I know you're an older guy. I've talked to you before. I'm literally asking you, in your lifetime, what's the fastest you've ever driven a car? Have you driven a car over 104 miles an hour before? I think this is a non-story. Boy, I do love to saunter.
Yes.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this Thursday. Hope your week is going well. You're over the hump. You can begin to think about the finish line, if not see it from here. Our football magic numbers are 70 and 77. 10 weeks today. The college football season kicks off with that Thursday heading into Labor Day weekend. 16 games on the docket. 11 weeks tonight. The Eagles host the Cowboys to get the NFL season started. So 70 and 77 are our football magic numbers. We'll talk some hoops with Keith Smith coming up in about 35 minutes. Since I get the sense you didn't like, You haven't liked any of my suggestions.
I don't mind the Rays one. I don't. I'm just trying to figure out a right way to word one. But the by the Lakers, I just think, of course, I think we would. I don't think there's any of us out there that could even fathom having that kind of money.
Listen, I'm coming down on your side. Okay. You know, this is a weakness of mine. You're the poll question guy, and I'm not good at it. But
neither of us are. Let's be honest. It is
but you're better at it than I am. You are, and so I trust your judgment on these things. You're pretty good about knowing, that may interest you, but you're a goober. That's not going to interest a lot of people. Okay, I get that. And you didn't like my Skeen Scooble suggestion either. So I'm not doing very well on the suggestion front right now.
It's not what I said. I love your suggestion of the Skeen School thing. You took that the wrong way. I love the idea. And if it were 1966, David, I think he could do that.
Yeah, Gibson and Koufax are going to face one another, okay, at 1 o'clock on a Thursday.
Now you're talking. I just have a little more trouble in 2025 thinking that a young pitcher can go tell the manager, move my startup. I know it's only 6 hours, David. Everything you said, I understand. But you and I both know that baseball is not run that way anymore. And you long for it to be run that way, where the players have a little power, where, hell, the manager has a little bit of power.
Listen, I think Scooble should have a sense of humor. What's their lead now? 10 and a half, 11, something ridiculous like that. I think Scooble should walk in and just say, come on, AJ. Okay, AJ Hinch, the manager of the Tigers. Come on, AJ, this division's over. Okay, what do you say you put me against Skeens? What the hell? Let's go. Let Undecided take on Haney.
I actually believe that there would be a better chance of Scooble being able to say, I want to pitch the late game than Skeen saying, give me Scooble. I actually think that Hinch has more power to make that happen.
I agree.
And it's a Tigers home game.
Right.
So it would be a big boon for the crowd.
Right.
To be able to see that.
So
I would love it. David, I would love it to happen. It would be wonderful. If you end up being right, I will wear my Washington Generals basketball jersey tomorrow with no undershirt, just the jersey for the show as a sign of my respect for your call.
That might be a little too much respect, but okay. All right, I understand. Now, apparently during the break, I stepped away for a few minutes. I came back and there's this debate going on in the Twitch chat room. Okay. And I didn't mention it in the starting five. There are certain things that I try to stay away from in the starting five. If I think they're really, 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 really small, I try not to mention them. I don't want to pick someone in an unfair light unless I feel like I have to. But there's a debate going on in the Twitch chat room about Shedeur Sanders. Not apparently. So he was speeding. And I mean speeding, he went 101 in a 60. I mean, he was flying. It's the number one story when you go to ESPN's NFL site. It's the number one bullet point. I mean, I don't know. That seems a little crazy to me, but
it's the dumbest damn thing I've ever seen. He's 23 years old. He drove 104 miles per hour in a 60 mile per hour zone and received a ticket. The ticket is $250. It's a fourth class misdemeanor unless he chooses to fight said ticket. Anything that you've read, and if I've missed it, I apologize because I've checked because people, one person in particular was going off on him. Most everybody else defended him. It started because I thought it was such a non-story that I attacked the two people that were having a discussion about it. I probably escalated this in the Twitch chat room while you were gone because I don't type my comments. I say my comments. One of the joys you have if you join us on YouTube or Twitch, you carry on right through after we run our network spots. You're with us the entire commercial break. But I think it is the biggest non-story out there.
Now,
I am just trying. I ask our audience this. He went 104 and a 60. How many of you have done the same thing or damn close? I know the two show hosts have. I know for a fact. I know I've done it. I can say without question. I can say with 98.9% certainty that David Moulton at one time has driven 104 miles per hour.
And for the record, Shador was clocked at 101. And yes, I have. And I literally clocked over 100 miles an hour because I was doing 90 something. And I said, I don't think I've ever gone over 100 miles an hour before. Let's see what that feels like. Okay. So I did it. And I went, feels pretty good.
There is nothing in any story that he was
It was
that he
12:30 in the
treated the
morning.
police poorly.
No.
I mean, all it is, he got a
No.
ticket. There's nothing else there. He
No.
didn't act like a jerk. He didn't say, "Do you know who I am?" None of that. He took his
Nope.
ticket and he went home.
Right.
He wasn't drunk. He wasn't on drugs. He was speeding.
Yes.
What in the hell has come of this society that we've got to look? I know he fell to the fifth round. I know there's a lot there. I know that he's, there are a lot of different stories about how he's playing. There was some great looks in the 7-on-7 and others that saying he's behind Gabriel, the other rookie quarterback they drafted. We'll find out in camp. When training camp starts, we'll find out what the pecking order is of quarterbacks in Cleveland.
What I wonder, though, if it's worthy of a poll question.
I think the way I would spin it is, what's the fastest you've ever driven in a car?
Okay, we could go that route. I was just going to go, is this a non-story or is this a bad sign? He's a pro athlete now. He's wants to play a position of leadership and responsibility. You can't be behaving like this. If any other quarterback in the NFL was clocked at over 100 miles an hour, it also would be a story. I just didn't know if it was worthy of a poll question, or is this being discussed because he's Shador Sanders?
Bingo.
Period, end of sentence. And if he was any other guy, quarterback on an NFL roster, would it be a non-story? I just didn't know if that was worthy of a poll question. Never mind the fact that today is National Sauntering Day.
I do love to saunter.
Yes. And I don't know if there's any way we could somehow bring, we've done a lot of poll questions over many years. I don't think we've ever had the word saunter or sauntering in a poll question. I was wondering if there was a chance.
Is driving 100 miles an hour considered sauntering?
It is on the Autobahn, right. I mean, answer accordingly.
In Athens, Georgia today, they're going, he was only doing 101.
That's funny. That's good material right there.
They got to get a better car deal for Shador. I mean, that's what they're saying at the University of Georgia today, that he's driving. What was he driving, for crying out? Can't he do better?
That's what they're saying. That's them Big 12 cars. Okay, he came here, he'd be doing about $113. Would have had him one of those SEC vehicles. We just go faster. Everything means more. But that was some good material right there, Mark. I like it. So I don't know. I didn't know if people are losing their minds because it's the Shador Sanders, or if they're like, no, man, he's trying to be a pro quarterback. You can't behave like that. If it was Dak Prescott or if it was a proven NFL starter, I'd be bent out of shape. If Matthew Stafford was going 101, okay, on the 101, I'd be bent out of shape. I don't know. Didn't know it was worthy of a poll question.
Can receivers drive their cars faster than quarterbacks? Is that what position group should be allowed to speed more than the fourth string quarterback?
You bring up a good point. If he was a diva wide receiver, story probably doesn't even, make the news. Like, imagine that. Wide receiver took his car out. Now, does it matter that it happened at 12:24 in the morning? As opposed to 12:24 in the afternoon. I didn't mention it in the starting five. I felt like it would have been piling on, picking on, and just like, glad he didn't get hurt. Glad no one else got hurt. Wasn't the wisest thing to do, but like you said, it is a $250 speeding ticket.
Right. I
If-
mean, I don't know where he was. I don't know Cleveland that well. But at 12:24, he could have been driving 60 miles an hour and seen a long stretch open road and said, let's see if we can get this to 100.
Yeah, right. So,
And I've done that when I was that age. I think we all have, at least a vast majority of us. So we'll get a poll question. What we might do two. We might do one on actually what you think, if this is a bad thing for Sanders. And I'm more curious as to what percent of our audience has driven a car over 100 miles per hour.
oh, okay.
So
I say we
I
go for
may
it.
come up with two.
So on this show today, it's National Speed Day. Is that what you're saying? Should I, like, on the fly, book like Bob Pockras or somebody later on in the show? Do you want to talk speed?
Maybe
Sandra
the
Bullock?
movie Speed. Maybe
I
the
was gonna
movie
say,
Speed
if I got Keanu Reeves or Sandra Bullock for later in the show, would that be okay?
would be fantastic. We talk a little hockey with Keanu Reeves. He was a goalie at one point. You know, he was in the movie Youngblood, if you remember. I've
Yes.
seen a lot of clips from that yesterday, reminding me how great and terrible that movie was all at the same time.
Horrendous. Can't believe Rob Lowe had a career after that movie. It was horrendous. And yet at the same time, I can't believe Cynthia Gibb didn't have more of a career.
Wow. There was one particular shot in that movie that
Uh-huh.
proves David's point beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Nope. Well,
It was the coolest thing I had seen when I was in about 8th grade. The coolest thing I've seen today. Well, that's next.
with summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. I've been a customer for over a year and cannot say enough good things about their service and communication. If you're a business owner, you can trust Molly Maid to do an exceptional job. Their expert team delivers tailored cleaning for whatever your needs, ensuring a pristine environment for clients and staff. Visit mollymaid.com/FT-Myers or call 239-418-0052. Molly Maid makes my home shine, and it will make your home or business shine too.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Well, if Stephen A. Smith said it, it's got to be right, because that man's never been wrong about a damn thing. And Ambient, find me a source that says Shedeur Sanders is listed as the number 2 quarterback for the Browns. I don't see anything that has him listed as better than the 4th string quarterback right now. Pickett's the number 2. The kid Gabriel that they drafted ahead of him is number 3. You may think so, Ambient, but your opinion here really and truly does not matter. At this moment, he is listed as the 4th string quarterback. That's a fact. That's not me guessing. That's just how he's listed. You find me anything out there that has him listed as better than the 4th string quarterback. Not an opinion, not a piece where this guy thinks he's going to be projected here. As of this moment, and he will not be 2nd string at the end of the preseason. They are not putting an unproven rookie behind Joe Flacco. Kenny Pickett will be the backup. David, I have it written as this. Shedeur Sanders was cited by police for driving 101 in a 60-mile-per-hour zone. Is this a bad sign for the young QB or a non-story? Bad sign, non-story are the 2 answers.
Okay. And then do you have have you ever driven 100 miles per hour before?
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Keith Smith in a little more than 15 minutes time. There's quite a few NBA things to discuss. JP Peterson in 40 minutes time. The Rays being sold. Is there, in fact, a document that's already been signed? Is there, in fact, a intent to sell document that's already been signed? And is this the investor group that JP Peterson has been telling us about for a long time? He will join us coming up at the top of the hour, and we'll head to Baltimore with some Ravens talk. They added Jair Alexander to the fold, and Lamar Alexander came out and said, basically, the word for 2025 is vengeance. It should be.
Yes, it should. And David, stop me in November. Just cut me right off when I start talking about it. When I start mentioning the Ravens for a deep playoff run or whatever, and the Ravens being the one seed, just stay shut up, Mark. Just tell me right then, because I don't know if there is a team in sports right now that we should not comment about until we see what they do in the playoffs. The Ravens are going to have a great regular season. I tell you that right. Ravens are going to win their division. They are going to win 12-plus games, and we don't need to mention them until January.
Okay. All right.
But you know what I'm getting at. You know, I mean, there are certain teams. It's like, well, until the playoffs start, it doesn't matter.
Well, that's what I'm thinking about. That's the interesting part to me of what you said. It's kind of like, who else besides the Ravens fit that category? I mean, quite frankly, do the Bills?
A little bit, and I was thinking beyond football, and I don't know if you can do it next year with Tatum being out. We don't know how long he's out for, but the Celtics were a team like that this year.
Well, but they won a title though recently.
I know, but I mean,
The Ravens have seemingly been consistently good and not like Steelers 9-7, 9-10 wins good, just good enough to make the playoffs recently. The Ravens have been better than that. And the Ravens under Lamar, they've been the 1 seed twice and not gotten to the Super Bowl. I mean, that's just a fact. That's not picking on Lamar. That's just a fact. 2019 when Tennessee went in there and whooped them. And then 2 years ago when the Chiefs, the 3 seed, went in there and whooped them. I mean, it's put up, shut up time in January. There's no doubt.
the Bills are kind of there, David, but we were so wrong about the Bills last year. I don't know if we can, you and I can put them there.
Yeah.
Because we thought the Bills were taking a step back last year, and they looked at us and gave us the Eli. I mean,
you guys are idiots.
Morons.
Right.
I think the Dodgers are a little bit that way. I mean, they were footootsin around a week ago, and both the Padres and Giants were right there on their heels. Now it's back to 4.5. Do we care much about the Dodgers until the postseason?
Well, but they've won 2 championships this decade. I mean, here, how about this? Does this team apply? Penn State football.
Ooh, I like it.
Even though they made the national semis last year. Okay, you talk to a Penn State football fan, they're tired of, this whole, 9, 10, 11 win stuff. Is, being in the top 10, this doesn't interest me at all. No. I want to play for and win a natty. Everything else is a disappointment. I think that's fair. If you ask a Penn State fan, anything shy of playing for the natty, and they'll go, yeah, it's a disappointment this year. We're loaded.
Those are 2 great teams, I think, to pick from there. Time now for the coolest thing I've seen today. It's brought to you by Air Advantage. Call them today, 433-4635. That, of course, is 239-433-4635. 18 months, no interest, no payments available. Visit them online, myairadvantage.com. myairadvantage.com. Whether it's service or sales, please be sure to tell them that Miller and Moulton sent you their way. David, for the second time this week, I'm defending somebody that I don't normally defend. But the coolest thing I've seen today actually happened over the weekend. A guy that I don't root for. And I've said on this show, I probably should, because he's the most like us on the PGA Tour. It's Jordan Spieth. He hits it all over the place. He talks to himself. He has a running commentary. As a broadcaster, I should love Jordan Spieth.
Yes.
And for whatever reason, I don't.
Right.
But he did something that, well, David, I'm turning.
Okay,
because he was interviewed at the Travelers here.
Right, in Connecticut.
And was asked about the Open, was asked about how he felt and different things, and what he did after the Open. And he opened up to us.
Okay.
Jordan did exactly, David, what you and I would do after being somewhat in contention and then finishing T23. I mean, he had it okay. He made the cut, finished T23. But he was done, and there was a rain delay. And apparently he travels with Scotty Scheffler. Both Texas guys share a plane, whatever the case may be.
Right.
And he said, I was waiting on the Schefflers to get done, but he was after the delay, so I went to Buffalo Wild Wings. I didn't exactly eat or drink the way I normally do there. Sometimes post-U.S. Open, I just need to throw a few back. By yesterday, I was good. I'm still young enough where that doesn't really bother me the next day. So Jordan Spieth went to the Buffalo Wild Wings and knocked down beers and wings after the Open. That's
nice.
What we would do, David. That's what a 10 handicap does after. Man, I shot 92. Let's go get drunk.
Wonder if he was sitting there watching it on TV and listening to the commentary going, those guys don't know what they're talking about. That's outstanding. All right. So you're starting to warm up to him a little bit.
I am. That makes me like Jordan Spieth just a little bit more because he sounds like he's one of us. And I guess my beef with Jordan is when the running commentary goes, there's an arrogance about him when he's doing it. Like, how could I be playing this badly? Well, you've been doing it for a few years, Jordan. I don't know what the hell the problem is. You can't find a fairway.
Well, there is a healthy dose of arrogance needed to be able to perform at the highest level in any sport.
No doubt. But Jordan Spieth knocking down beers and wings at Buffalo Wild Wings in PA. You walk into Buffalo Wild Wings and grab a little dinner, and there's Jordan Spieth just sitting there by himself with wing sauce on his face and a 24-ounce draft beer. That'd be fantastic.
Jordan, can I get you another one? As a matter of fact, you can.
I don't want an autograph, but could you sign your name in wing sauce for me?
I just spent 4 days at Oakmont. Yeah, I'll take another one. Thanks.
We do have a couple of poll questions up. They are all off of the Shedeur Sanders traffic ticket, the speeding ticket that apparently is a big story to some of you. He was cited by police for driving 101 in a 60-mile-an-hour zone. Is this a bad sign for the young QB or a non-story? Right now, early voting, bad sign. Yes.
Really?
He's a speeder. That no good bastard. And I chased it with, have you ever driven over 100 miles per hour before? 75% of you have. And yet 64% of you say it's a bad sign that the fourth-string quarterback got caught speeding.
Do as I say, Mark, not as I do. Do as I say, not as I do. Oh, yeah. I'm going to answer it right now. Have you driven over 100? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Had to. Yeah.
Absolutely.
First off, on the highway in western North Dakota, there's no speed limit in certain hours of the day. I mean, you can actually do it. There are places in this country you can legally do it.
David, let me ask you a question. Do you really pay attention to speed limits? Because I've been a passenger with you before.
Yeah, not really.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122. or NolanAgency.com. American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. I've been a customer for over a year and cannot say enough good things about their service and communication. If you're a business owner, you can trust Molly Maid to do an exceptional job. Their expert team delivers tailored cleaning for whatever your needs, ensuring a pristine environment for clients and staff. Visit mollymaid.com/FT-Myers or call 239-418-0052. Molly Maid makes my home shine, and it will make your home or business shine too.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Ambient, when I ask a poll question, it's your opinion. But when you tell me fact of matter in the Twitch chat room that Shadur Sanders is second string, that's not a fact. That's your opinion. And that doesn't matter when it comes to where someone is on the depth chart. That's a fact question. Did you ever kill a guy? Yes or no? Well, my opinion is that he did. No. It's a yes or no. What I said, Ambient, was find any publication, find anything out there that says Shadur Sanders is a second string quarterback. There isn't one. And you keep banging the drum because he's better than Pickett. Pickett's played in the league. Pat Kerwin says it all the time on our show. Are you comfortable putting that player in if your number one guy gets hurt week one, a la Aaron Rodgers? Oh, crud.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. JP Peterson will join us then to talk about, is Stu Sternberg finally selling the Rays? And will it in fact be to the group led by the Jacksonville developer, Patrick Zalupski? And what does it mean, if so, for the future of the Rays? JP Peterson to join us at the top of the hour about that. Keith Smith, as an Orlando resident, has an interest in this story because Orlando's trying to get a baseball team, but we'll get to that some other day. Keith, of course, covers the NBA for Spot Rack. And on YouTube, he co-hosts the NBA Front Office Show, had an excellent episode yesterday. Follow Keith on X at Keith Smith NBA, Keith Smith NBA. Keith, it's David and Mark. Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you for having me.
Well, there's a lot of topics here. First off, let's just go back a few days. How about the trade the Magic made? Is this like what the Knicks did last offseason? Is this a game changer? Does this take them into the upper echelon of the East next year?
I think it might. This Magic team was pretty good last year, especially when you factor in they played a large chunk of the season without Paolo Banchero and without Franz Wagner at the same time. And then just about the time those guys got back, Jalen Suggs went out. So they were rarely healthy last year. They could not shoot to save their lives. It was one of the worst shooting seasons we've ever seen in the NBA. Certainly the worst in just about a decade. And that really hampered them. Now you get Desmond Bane, who is a rock-solid shooter. He can also do things with the ball in his hands as a playmaker, create his own offense. That's really, really big. And Banchero and Wagner and Suggs are only going to continue to get better. These guys are only going into year 4 for Banchero and year 5 for Wagner and Suggs. So I think this Magic team has a chance to be really, really good this next coming season.
Will anyone accept an interview to coach the New York Knicks?
Yeah, I don't know that anyone under contract is going to be given the opportunity, but it does sound like they're going to interview Taylor Jenkins and Mike Brown, or maybe have by now. We haven't gotten full updates on where that process is at. But then there was kind of out of nowhere yesterday a report that said, hey, maybe the Jason Kidd thing's not over yet. Maybe they can go back to the Mavericks and offer up some kind of draft compensation if they think Kidd's definitely the guy. So this process is still playing out, but I kind of think we're going to see them hire a coach who's not under contract as it is right now.
All right. When you look at the game tonight, would you play if Halliburton's only 70%? And he has to go downhill in order to be effective. I mean, you have to have that burst. That's part of his game. If he doesn't have that, he's largely ineffective against this terrific Oklahoma City team and the way they would then have to defend him. If he's only 70%, does Carlisle have to sit him?
I think your approach is you have to factor in a couple things. One, can this turn into something long-term that, could wreck the start of next season if he's not healthy and able to go? And we actually saw that with Tyrese Halliburton this year. He played through a hamstring injury at the end of their run in the East Finals last year, and then ultimately missed a chunk of time to start off this season. They had to be managed through a bunch of games. So you do not want to do anything that's going to cause issue into next season or long-term. So that would be my first piece. Then if it is, no, he can play through it as long as he can feel he can get through it. I'm going to put him out there and see what it looks like. If it doesn't look good early, then you have to consider pulling the plug and saying, all right, hey, we love you. We appreciate everything you've done, but we got to go with other guys.
Can't they get through one night, though? I mean, we've seen it many times, especially at home. Bench players rise up. If this were Game 7 and Halliburton really couldn't go, I wouldn't give the Pacers much of a shot. But Keith, we saw it earlier in this series where, Benedict came off the bench there and scored 27. I mean, for one home game, do they have the personnel to overcome if he can't play?
Yeah, I think so. There's a world where the Pacers come out tonight, and if Halliburton can't play or is ineffective, but everybody else steps up and they make a bunch of 3-pointers and they get it rolling, and the Thunder have a bad shooting night, we're headed to a Game 7. It's clearly far easier for them to win if Tyrese Halliburton is himself and can do things that closes the gap between them and the Thunder considerably. But even if he can't, I'm not going to say, well, that's it, it's over for the Pacers. I think this team has earned more than that at this point with the run that they've been on over the last several months here in the end of the regular season and throughout the playoffs.
Does Carlisle, I mean, we're at Game 6. I don't know how many tricks a coach has at this point, but defensively, do they do anything different? Do they zone? Do they to keep Williams and SGA from coming downhill at them? Do they try to force them to shoot outside by zoning? How do they get Siakam the ball even more tonight? I mean, what's left for the Pacers at this point, if you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think there's a component of the just play better adjustment, right? That's everybody's favorite adjustment because it doesn't involve anything beyond better execution. But they've got to take better care of the ball. When they've taken care of the ball, they've been fine in these games. When they're throwing the ball away, that's it. They're not going to be able to beat the Thunder because you can't make up that difference against them. I think there's been multiple times in the last couple games where Pascal Siakam has drawn the switch that they want, where he gets the small on him, and they just can't enter the ball to him. So that's something that I got to imagine they worked on there. And then defensively, I think the big thing that the Thunder found at the end of Game 4 was they went to the Jalen Williams SGA two-man game over and over again in the fourth quarter, which is an action they very rarely have run this entire season. And they went to it because that's how they were able to get SGA switched into a better matchup for him. And he went at Aaron Nesmith a few times for baskets and fouls. So that's going to be something the Pacers have to be conscious of in a way to either not switch that and live with the end result, or switch it but have a second guy ready to come in to help. So those are the defensive tweaks that you have to be looking at. But yeah, you're absolutely right. At this point in a series, coaches are down to, all right, we just have to play better. There's not a whole lot else that we can pull out that the other side hasn't seen yet.
Keith Smith covers the NBA, Spot Rack, and he co-hosts the NBA Front Office Show on YouTube. Follow him on X, Keith Smith NBA, Keith Smith NBA. Listen, $10 billion's a lot of money. I mean, Mark and I stopped what we were doing in the afternoon yesterday and text one another about $10 billion. But in the grand scheme of things, Keith, the Buss family, I mean, Jeannie's still going to run the team. We assume LeBron, Luka, JJ, they're all coming back. I mean, how big of a story is the Buss family no longer owning the Lakers? They are the oldest, longest ownership in the league since 1979. How big a story is this?
Yeah, I mean, it's huge for a handful of reasons that aren't related to basketball on the court. Like you said, there's the legacy of it all. It's the fact that the family, Dr. Jerry Buss, bought the team for $65 million, and here it goes for $10 billion, 40 or so, almost 50 years later. It's incredible where that's gone. This is now a fourth NBA team to go for more than what it was projected in the last couple of years in a sale, which to me says that there's a belief of the overall strength in the league, despite the stories that many will say about how the NBA is failing and headed out and all those things that seem like complete foolishness. There's also a component of this where the NBA, between this sale, the Celtics sale, the Mavericks, and the Suns, they can now really look at this and say, hey, if expansion teams want in, we're going to start at, $5 billion, if not more, because a chunk of what you're paying for is to be a part of the club. The only real basketball thing here is we've seen Mark Walter with the Dodgers. It's basically the spare no expense approach of, hey, we're if that's what it is to go get a title, we'll go. It's harder in the NBA because of the salary cap. The Lakers have always been a team that's been a little bit reluctant to go super deep into the luxury tax and those kind of things. We may now see them say, hey, if it takes, going $20 million into the tax to retain, player X to keep him on the roster, we're going to do so because that's what this guy's mentality has been as a sports owner. So I think, all around this is, good news for the league and probably in the long term, good news for the Lakers.
All right. Let's just assume Oklahoma City wins either tonight or Game 7. We have compared them to the Spurs. People have to pay attention to what's coming for Oklahoma City. They're young. I mean, Williams has emerged as a great Robin to SGA in this postseason, particularly in the finals. When you look at Oklahoma City, is there a comp that you see, and how long should this Oklahoma City team be a contender for in the NBA?
Yeah, everything is set up for it to be a while. I know people have screamed and yelled like, well, they're going to have to pay everybody and they're going to start losing guys. And this is what happened last time for this team. But the last time stuff to me is completely irrelevant. It's not the full same ownership group. It's not a team that's trying to establish itself in a new city. They're established there now. They're part of the culture. They're on their way to getting a new building and everything else that goes with that. So I don't worry too much about them breaking up because of money concerns. And what is going to happen is they're going to have to pay Chet Holmgren and Jalen Williams this summer. They're probably both going to get max or near max deals, but that's not going to kick in for a year. So next year, everything's still pretty clean for them. They're in pretty good shape. And then in the future years, when you have SGA and Williams and Chet making a ton of money, they're going to have to move on from some guys. It might be guys like Aaron Wiggins and Isaiah Joe and maybe even Alex Caruso or Lou Dort as they age out. But because they have all these extra draft picks and they have all this flexibility with the back end of the roster, they're going to be able to kind of continue to cycle through and get the next guy. Now, the one thing that we all know can kind of waylay things is injuries, and Chet Holmgren's already had his fair share, but the Thunder are set up to really make this a pretty long run of success. Even if in the NBA things tend to be much more of a shorter window, this could be open for 5 or 6 years for them.
Well, it's what the Spurs did. They had the core 3 guys, and they just kept rotating the guys around them for about 15 years and, found a Kawhi Leonard and a few others. And, well, they didn't slip at all from the late 90s into the mid 20 teens. He's Keith Smith. He does a terrific job covering the NBA, Spot Rack, and co-hosting YouTube's Front Office Show. You can follow Keith on X at Keith Smith NBA, Keith Smith NBA. Keith, safe travels. Thanks for everything. Hopefully we can talk early in free agency.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much for having me.
Keith Smith here on Miller and Moulton.
Well, that is the point that he made about NBA expansion fees.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about that.
I hadn't either. And is even baseball looking at it? We know hockey is going to expand. Hockey is doing it, I think, as much for expansion money as anything else. This is all to the owners. When leagues expand, that money the players don't see a dime. That money's divvied up among the owners. And $5 billion for an NBA franchise, they're going to add $10 billion. I mean, even if it's $8 billion, if you're an owner in that league and they're going to he made a hell of a point. If you're an owner in that league, if you're Ishbia with the Suns who just paid $4 billion and they're going to set an expansion fee at $3 billion, aren't you raising your hand going, what? Why only 3?
Well, I'd like to be able to look at them and go, you trying to tell me that your franchise isn't worth more than an expansion franchise? I mean, your franchise, when you purchased it, had 55 years of history. I mean,
but what? To Keith's point, you want to be in the club.
No, I know.
It's going to cost you a premium. If you don't want to be in the club, that's okay. My guess is we've got a few other people that are willing to join our club.
The other point that he made, which I hadn't thought of, this Mark Walter guy who's purchasing the Lakers, he's worth $325 billion. He owns the Dodgers. He's the primary owner of the Dodgers. His group is the right. And obviously, we just saw the Dodgers win the World Series and went on a spending spree. So, I mean, if you're worth $325 billion and you're paying $10 billion for the team, I mean, do you really care about the second tax tier in the NBA? I mean, really? I don't know that you do. And as Keith said, the Lakers have actually been a frugal franchise because they're family owned. Haven't been one of the richer franchises. JP Peterson next.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
This is Miller and Moulton.
J.P. Peterson. A bill has been introduced in Michigan that would bar schools from reporting NIL contracts to the NCAA or Deloitte, prohibit schools from assisting any investigation, and ban athletic associations from penalizing athletes or schools for non-compliance.
And we're supposed to believe only in the South it just means more? Come on. Yes, J.P. Peterson, guys. J.P. Peterson.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
We wanted to have our next guest, J.P. Peterson, on the show just to give him a standing ovation. But we figure while we have him, we'll ask him a few questions. No one has been on top of the Rays sales situation, and no one has been close to as accurate as J.P. Peterson, host of the daily J.P. Peterson Show, weekdays 10 to noon, FanStreamSports.com, FanStream Sports app, but also live on YouTube. You can follow J.P. on X at J.P. Peterson Show. Is it obnoxious to take a bow on your own show? Do you let others do it for you? How are you going to handle this?
Well, I don't think I'm going to be. I'm going to take a bow or two. Nobody. By the way, thank you for that introduction, because as you might guess, the folks here locally don't quite see it the way you do. In fact, the afternoon drive guy got so pissed off that I've beaten him on this story to death that he blocked me yesterday on Twitter. So yeah, I really appreciate that. And we might, it's not about me. As you know, Mark, it's always been about Tampa Bay baseball and what's best for baseball in Tampa Bay. That's always been my driving force and finding out this information. And, I've been here in this market for 28 years, and a lot of people talk to me. They trust me, and this is how we got the information. So, yes, proud that we got it right. We've known this all along, and the Rays are going to be sold, and they're going to stay in Tampa on the Tampa side.
And, this is interesting to me because this all comes down, and I know people aren't paying as much attention, but there's the whole development in Ybor City for the soccer stadium. And you know, a lot of us are looking at it going, well, what the hell? Why can't they get a baseball deal done there? And then about a day later, we hear news of that. This is the next step. Now, how long do you anticipate this taking? Because this is, you know, there's no agreement to a sale. There's agreements to talk. How long do you anticipate this taking, JP?
Well, that is a $64,000 question. I'm not going to sit here like I'm in the negotiations and I know exactly how far along they are. I've been told, you know, since months ago when I reported that this sale was well underway. This is the group, the unnamed group that I've been talking about. I know some of the names. I'm still not allowed to say some of the Tampa Bay names. We're working on that. But yeah, I don't know. And when Stu Sternberg is involved, it's kind of a wild card. But what I'm feeling right now and talking to some people is Major League Baseball is driving this. And we've been telling you that for quite some time. And Manfred has been saying that in public for quite some time. I don't know why people in Orlando and other places don't want to believe him. This has always been the Tampa Bay market. The team was never going to leave, and it's always going to be on the Tampa side. That's where Major League Baseball has always wanted that team, and this is their opportunity to get it done. They've vetted this group. They love this group. This is the group they've been working with, and they know that they can get a deal done on the Hillsborough side. Ken Hagan said it yesterday. He said it on my show before, that this group, if they are, the sale goes through, there's 100% chance that they can get a deal done in Hillsborough County. Ken will be on my show tomorrow, and we'll confirm some of these things. But the feeling is that, and then by the way, there are other people coming at the Rays. John Morgan says he's going to throw more cash at the deal. There's a hedge fund guy in Memphis that said he's going to throw more cash at the deal. It's not necessarily about who's going to have the highest bid. It's who's right for this particular situation. And the Tampa Bay investors that are involved in this are the big reason why Major League Baseball loves this group, because they know they can get the job done and get a stadium in the right place so other teams don't have to keep writing revenue sharing checks to the Tampa Bay Rays. That's what MLB is most interested in. They don't want them writing anymore. They don't want to send them $30-60 million every year. They want to be done with that, and they should be. This is a big enough market to sustain itself. It just has to be done the right way with the right owner, with a stadium in the right place.
JP Peterson, nobody does a better job of covering the Tampa Bay sports scene than JP Peterson, host of the JP Peterson Show, weekdays 10 to noon, whether it's the FanStream Sports app, fanstreamsports.com, or live on YouTube. Follow JP on X at JP Peterson Show. Is it possible that Stu spurned St. Pete because this was in the works? And he just figured, I can't walk away from all this money? Or did it just so happen to be that Stu screwed another community again? And at that point, Manfred and this group and others said, okay, now we're going to take this team off your hands.
A and B, I think. I will say. And this is the information I have, and this is, I've been covering this for so long, the way I think it went down. I've said this from the very moment that they signed the deal in St. Pete and said, we're here, forever, here to stay. He was never going to do that stadium. The way that we've talked about this before. The way
I know you said it on our show the day after it was announced. You came on our show and said, guys, it's not happening.
Yeah, I told you guys that because he never wanted to build a stadium. He's 66 years old. He saw an opportunity for a ridiculous land grab in taking advantage of a very inexperienced mayor who wanted to do anything to get the Rays to stay. This is my opinion, and that was a real estate deal from the very, very beginning. And in the end, he couldn't make the numbers work, and he didn't have the money on his side. Maybe because of all the money he had to pay his partners that sued him, and he had to settle with. That could be a huge part of this. But I don't think he was ever going to go through with that deal. And there's a lot of things that you look back on and say the design of it wasn't really advanced. There was a lot of things that they didn't do. So I don't think he was ever going to go through with that deal. And he always knew that he could sell it. He had a $1.8 billion a sale offer from Dan Doyle here in Tampa Bay 2 years ago that he turned down, or a year and a half ago. So, yeah, there was always that bag of money at the end. But he was going to try to grab that real estate as well on the way out and then sell the team. And he almost got there. But the commissioner stepped in at the last moment and told the Pinellas County board and the city council, go ahead and vote for the bond because he can't do the deal anyway. And you guys are not going to get a stadium. We don't want it here. We have a group that's going to buy this team and build a stadium in Tampa. So don't worry. Your constituents will still be able to go to Rays games if you vote for this. And it's still, the team is still going to stay in Tampa Bay. And that's what happened. And now you see it all coming to fruition, just as we said. They voted the bonds, and Stu couldn't do the deal. Now he's going to take the cash on the way out and be a very rich billionaire, which was probably always his goal anyway.
Seems to be all rich people's goal, JP. There's no doubt there. All right. What are you hearing, if anything, as to where the Rays will build a stadium? You know, the fairgrounds have been talked about. There have been a bunch of different areas talked about. Where are you hearing, if anywhere, where it's going to be built?
Well, I can tell you this. They've identified a couple of different places. The fairgrounds, I think, is in play. There's still, I think, some parcels in Ybor City that are in play. There's talk now of the old dog track. It's on 275, just off of 275, a little north of downtown. Ken Hagan mentioned that yesterday. And I think also Raymond James Stadium, a dual complex, mixed-use complex right there. I think that's also on the docket. The deal is, though, it's going to be a mixed-use project of entertainment, residential. Obviously, Mr. Zalewski, who is going to be the managing general partner, it appears, from Dreamfinders Homes, is a developer. He knows how to do condos. He knows how to do residential. He's done some huge builds. So he is a developer. And that is going to be all part of the baseball stadium anchoring it. So I think, with all those things in play, Raymond James Stadium parcel is probably the biggest and best. You could do that same thing at the fairgrounds and in the Ybor City as well. So I think those are the three main, but I'm going to tell you, it's going to be on the Tampa side. They're not, I've heard people say, oh, well, since St. Pete get back in with a new ownership group, will they want to deal with this? No. Major League Baseball is driving this. They do not want the stadium in a failed location. They want the stadium in Tampa.
Is there anything about this that you don't like? Is there any downside at all? How long it's going to take? Are they going to have to spend an extra year or two in the Trop? I mean, is there any part of this you don't like?
Well, yeah, I'm just going to be honest. Zalewski emerging as the main investor, it was a bit of a surprise to me. I knew that there was a group of investors, mostly Tampa Bay based, and that they are still very much a part of this deal. I never got a good feel for who was going to emerge as the managing general partner. And Zalewski coming in here, I don't know. I know a little bit about him. He's on the board of trustees. He's of the University of Florida. He's a really good friend of Ron DeSantis, which I think will help get the deal done. As much as DeSantis said, we're not paying for to build stadiums. There's other things that the state can do, obviously, in tax breaks and everything else. So being a good friend of Ron DeSantis, I think is a plus. But you never know how they're going to run the team. They have very deep pockets. I think that they're going to have bigger payrolls, and they should, because of the more revenue that they're going to bring in. This is what I've been told from all the Tampa Bay people that are involved in this. This is what they want to do, run this franchise in the right way. But they're not pulling the strings, so to say. It's Zalewski who is. But I don't know what that agreement is as far as who's going to be running the team on a day-to-day basis. They would be stupid not to try to keep all the baseball operations people. I don't know why they would leave if they're going to be working with people that are going to give them more money in payroll. If Leander's going to have, if he could do this with $70 million, imagine what he can do with 150 or 130. So I think it will be a positive, but you never know. You never know. There's one thing we can say about Stu Sternberg. He's put people in place that have won. They have won, I think, the third most ball games since like 2008. So they've done a great job winning on the field. And any ownership group that would touch this baseball operation would be absolute morons. And I know the people in Tampa Bay that are part of this group do not want to do that. They love Neander. They love Kevin Cash, who is a Tampa native. They want to keep everything the same. And I would think Zalewski would want to do the same thing, but I don't know. Just to be totally honest, I don't know.
JP, literally 5 seconds. We talking dome, yes or no?
Got to have it. Got to have it. Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. JP Peterson, 10 to noon weekdays, best sports show in Tampa Bay, the JP Peterson Show. FanStream Sports app, fanstreamsports.com, or live on YouTube. Follow him on X, JP Peterson Show.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
This is Miller and Moulton.
You want to come back with that Michigan story?
We can. There's that, and I got to find it now. Hold on.
Well, you take it. I'll just get it.
Ross Dellinger reposted that also with the meetings that are going on.
Okay. Well, I'll just bring us back and you take it.
Okay.
I'll follow you.
But Ross Dellinger is also, those meetings in Asheville, and just they're talking a lot of stuff with the portal, when it's going to be. Would they move spring practice to June? Well, I get what the coaches are saying about the portal, though. You train guys, you get them in spring, and then they can leave. They're really it doesn't make sense.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our poll questions, 2 off of essentially the same topic. So, Shedeur Sanders got a speeding ticket. And I mean, he earned it. He was doing 101 in a 60. So our first one is, hey, is this a bad sign or is this a non-story? And the second one is, hey, you ever go 100 miles an hour before?
78% of you have driven over 100 miles per hour before. That includes both hosts of the show.
Correct.
And right now, 58% of you say the Shedeur Sanders speeding ticket is a non-story.
Okay.
Those are the 2 questions. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X to vote.
Samuel Njoku, who covers the Ravens, he will join us coming up in a little more than 15 minutes' time.
There is a lot going on in the college sports world, the college football world right now. The conference commissioners are all in Asheville, North Carolina, trying to figure out what the landscape is going to be going forward for college athletics in terms of what's the calendar going to be like, when are transfers going to be, and how's the playoff going to look, and they have no answers, and they're fighting like cats and dogs over it right now. It's not going well. I mean, that every report I see, and there's a few people that I trust that I've been following for a while, when they say a major fight is brewing, they mean it, because the Big Ten's hell-bent on one transfer portal rule, the SEC's hell-bent on another, and then you get into the conferences and the 4-4-2-2-1, they can't decide on anything. The 12-team playoff may last longer than we may think.
Well, that's what I heard last night from someone who's in the know, in which they said, they got till December 1st, and let me tell you, with the way things are now, they ain't going to come to an agreement by December
Not even
1st.
Close.
So this 12-team thing, we may get used to it. We may not get to 14 or 16 for a while.
But Tennessee passed the Tennessee legislature has a law in front of them. I think they passed it. I'm not positive about NIL. But don't think that this is just the South that has a problem with the new House settlement rules and how NIL is going to be handled. Because a new bill in the state of Michigan would ban schools from complying with NIL investigations and prohibit requiring the reporting of NIL deals to the NCAA and or Deloitte and or any other entity out there.
I got your rules right here.
Now, Ross Dellinger, who has done an amazing job of covering all aspects of this, has a story, I guess, that came out a couple of days ago, but talking about what's all on the table going forward in these meetings of Asheville. spring ball being moved to June.
Ooh.
Like, the NFL with OTAs.
And also, you can joke and technically say summer, but that's a whole other story. But there is a methodology behind this, though, right?
Right, because what they are really trying to figure out is how basically they're trying to realign the NCAA's calendar with the new rev share model. When we get to July 1, we have entered a new world in college athletics. July 1 is when the $20.8 billion rev share model begins. And the coaches are trying to figure out through the ADs and the conference commissioners when to have a transfer portal. The SEC coaches are hell-bent on it being in January. Their theory or philosophy behind it, and Kirby Smart, I think, has a great point when he says you want to have it in the spring. Okay, so we spend 3 months getting ready for the season. We have spring ball, and a third of our roster transfers. Doesn't make any sense. They want it in January, a week-long transfer period, and then they know what their team is.
And in theory, then you can go back to having spring football games because it doesn't matter if guys are being showcased. We've already had the portal. These guys are ours.
The Big Ten wants an April portal date to align with the academic calendar. So in April, you transfer, you announce your transfer, you leave in May, basically at the end of the academic year. The SEC wants nothing to do with that. Nothing whatsoever. That's where the first real fight is beginning. The other side of this is what David alluded to. The playoff. The coaches and ADs aren't even on the same page in the SEC.
Not close. Not close. Coaches are almost unanimous against the 4-4-2-2-1. They're like, no, let's put all 11 at-large spots up for grabs. We'll grab our share every year. We'll grab a minimum of 4. We'll be grabbing 5 and 6. Don't limit how many we can get. And the ADs and Sankey are trying to say, we're not limiting. We're just guaranteeing 4. There'll still be room for anywhere from 2 to 3 wild cards, and we could grab them. We would have grabbed them last year. Coaches are like, I don't want to hear it. Don't want to hear it. Because once you put that on us, that basically the committee is going to think, well, they get their 4. No, we want to be able to get 5 and 6 and however many we can get.
Basically, the other thing that's on the table, because again, this all is about their budget. It's all about money. We've only been saying that for 15 years on this show.
Right.
But signing day, which largely has changed. It used to be in February and now it's December. But basically, they said in December or January, the kid sitting there with 5 hats on the table isn't going to happen. Signing day is going to be moved up significantly. Why? Because coaches, teams, general managers of college teams need to know how their budget is going to be spent. So the college football world is going to start, I think, looking even more like the NFL, if you know what I mean, David.
So when are they talking about moving up signing day to before the season starts? So you mean to tell me kids have to commit before their senior years of high school?
That's what they're talking about.
Now, we've always said we've been in favor of, we think once a kid finishes his junior year, that he should be able to commit any day. Okay, why have to hold on? And no. I want to commit June 1st and before my senior year of high school. Good, fine, do it. That scholarship still being offered, take it, go.
And that's, a lot of, visits are what are, they visit in the summer. In June's a big month to visit campuses. And they're saying if they want to sign in June, why not sign in June?
That Michigan state law, though. That's something.
It really is.
That's outstanding. I mean, in the South, they're looking at that going, damn, we might have said that out loud, but we weren't going to put that in print.
Would ban schools from complying with NIL investigations and prohibit requiring the reporting of NIL deals to the NCAA and the Deloitte Clearinghouse.
How much you paying this kid? None of your damn business.
You're damn right. It's called a free market. We don't give it. Deloitte, you do not define what a free market is. We define what a free market is. The Ravens just keep on doing Raven things. We'll talk about that next on Miller and Moulton. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. I've been a customer for over a year and cannot say enough good things about their service and communication. If you're a business owner, you can trust Molly Maid to do an exceptional job. Their expert team delivers tailored cleaning for whatever your needs, ensuring a pristine environment for clients and staff. Visit mollymaid.com/FT-Myers or call 239-418-0052. Molly Maid makes my home shine, and it will make your home or business shine too. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
It's summer approaching. Time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
No, but I can do it at the end of the show.
And I told him, by the way, that that's probably when it would be, and that we post, every hour, and that literally it'll be on our site, right there.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes until the top of the hour. A reminder, whether it's Keith Smith, JP Peterson, or our next guest, Samuel Njoku, if you miss any part of Miller and Moulton, you can go to millerandmoulton.com and download what you miss. Samuel Njoku, who covers the Ravens, he hosts the Ravens Talk podcast. He is co-host of the AFC North Roundtable. You can follow Samuel on X at Ravens Talk Pod. Ravens Talk Pod. Samuel joins us on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. Samuel, it's David and Mark. Thanks for doing this. Good morning. How are you?
Good, considering everything that's happened the last 24 hours. Very, very interesting time if you're in the Ravens business.
Well, let's start with Jair Alexander, because on this show, Samuel, we just kind of laugh. Whether it's the draft, whether it's free agency, we kind of just say the Ravens keep doing Raven things. And Jair Alexander takes maybe less than what he received for a few other places to join what many think's already the best roster in the league. This is obviously a great addition for the club, isn't it?
It is a huge addition for the franchise, especially considering the first part of 2024, the Ravens struggled mightily in the secondary with safety help and even some corner helps with Brandon Stevens being that second cornerback for the Ravens. Jair Alexander definitely fills the hole, solidifies the hole. I mean, they had Chidobe Awuzie that was marked in to be that third corner opposite Marlon Humphrey and Nate Wiggins, but you get a pretty much an all-pro cornerback when healthy on the field, and there's definitely some sleepless nights ahead for opposing offensive coordinators trying to find a way to attack this defense.
Okay, on a scale of 1 to 10 then, Samuel, how necessary is Jair Alexander? Because as you mentioned, when healthy, he's missed for 2 years now 10 of the 17 regularly scheduled games. So he's been more unavailable than available. So how necessary, how much are the Ravens going to be counting on Jair Alexander?
They're going to count on him quite a bit. Now, when you say necessary, I think this was definitely a luxury signing. I think they would have been okay with Chidobe Awuzie. I think you have a lot of deep teams in the league that don't have the type of secondary that the Ravens have this year. They're going to count on him on specific downs. I think the Ravens do like to run a strong nickel, so they like to have three safeties on the field at one time in certain situations. So they're trying to ease Jair Alexander onto the field and kind of limit his snap count. They do have a package that they usually run where they only have two cornerbacks on the field and three safeties. So if they decide to do that, they'll have a versatile safety come in that nickel corner spot and probably sit Jair Alexander for that down. So it's an interesting development for the Ravens, where they don't necessarily have to play Alexander 95% of the snaps if they don't have to, but he's definitely a luxury item to have. And if he stays healthy, of course, he'll remain on the field. But I'm very interested to see how they attack the snap count early in the season.
Vengeance. That's the word that Lamar used to describe what this season's about. And we commented earlier in our show today, Samuel, that it's hard to pay attention to the Ravens regular season because I'll predict them to win the division right now. I think they'll win 12 plus games. But outside of, not making the playoffs, there's really not much in the regular season for the Ravens to prove. It all begins in January. So how do you look at this season for the Ravens?
I look at it the same way you do. I mean, I feel like if you go back to the early 2000s with the Indianapolis Colts and Peyton Manning, you knew that Peyton Manning and the Colts were going to make the playoffs. It's what were they going to do in January? And I think that's the same thing with this. Even without the Jair Alexander signing, I expected the Ravens to win this division. It's what do they do come January? Do they choke when the going gets tough? Do they really, shrink in the moment in certain situations? Do they turn the football over? All of those things seem to be magnified in the postseason. It seems like the Ravens find themselves in those situations more often than not, and that's why even with the roster they've had in previous seasons, they've been unable to really get over the hump and reach that Super Bowl.
Samuel Njoku, he covers the Ravens, whether it's hosting the Ravens Talk podcast or co-hosting the AFC North Roundtable. You can follow Samuel on X at Ravens Talk Pod, Ravens Talk Pod. Samuel, we just got done covering the Panthers winning their second straight Stanley Cup. And we knew going in that they had three key players who were unrestricted free agents, and it could be their last dance, if you will, with the Panthers. How many guys on the Ravens do you see as this is their last shot to get their ring with the Ravens? I think doesn't Mark Andrews enter the final year of a contract? I mean, how many guys in which this is more than likely ring or bust?
I'm going to say not as many as you might think, but certainly there are a few players that fit that mold. Mark Andrews, as you mentioned, is the guy that I do not expect to be back in 2026. They have out there likely the contract is reaching his final year. It just doesn't make much sense to bring Mark Andrews back unless he's going to take a huge pay cut to remain with the Ravens. So he's the guy that's likely on his last gasp for potentially remaining a Raven. There's very many reports that I can corroborate that say that Mark Andrews likely wasn't supposed to be a Raven this year. I think the Ravens were actually shopping him. We weren't able to get the picks they were looking for, but he remains a Raven at least for this year. I do not expect him to be back next year. Adafe Owe, the pass rusher who had over double-digit sacks in 2024, he's probably going to price himself out of Baltimore. He's looked bigger. It looks like he's pushing for a huge contract, something that the Ravens may not be able to accommodate because they just drafted Mike Green out of Marshall. So he's another guy that's going to be out. Title Linderbaum, they're starting center. They're most likely going to bring him back. Kyle Hamilton, starting free safety. He's going to be looking for a new contract. I expect him back. Marlon Humphrey, the cornerback that they've drafted out of Alabama a few years ago. He's had some void years on his contract. There may be a situation, especially with this Jair Alexander signing, he may not be back next year. I mean, a lot of fans are thinking maybe they extend him. There's a shot that they move past him because of the cap space, because of this huge Lamar Jackson contract. This could be his last chance with the Ravens.
What, if any, is the weak spot in your estimation of this Ravens roster? Is there an area of weakness that you see heading into the season? Because I said earlier, a lot of people think this is the best roster in the league. Is there a weak spot?
Yeah. There are a couple of weak spots. Now, the most glaring weak spot, in my opinion, is the interior of the offensive line. You got Tyler Linderbaum at center, but at the guard you have Daniel Faalele and Angie Voorhees. Angie Voorhees lost his starting spot at the beginning of the season because he played so poorly that they had to bring in Patrick McCarry, who's a swing tackle, to fill his position, and they've really struggled in the interior of the offensive line against these big, beefy defensive lines like the Philadelphia Eagles. So it'd be interesting to see how Angie Voorhees and Daniel Faalele, who both are big guys but are very immobile in certain situations. So if you find yourself in a position where these guys are crossing and doing these stunt moves, the interior of the offensive line is usually the position that's really struggling. So let's see how the Ravens do. They did bring in Emory Jones. They do have these other tackles that they brought in via draft that can come in and really supplement that position. But right now, John Harbaugh said it yesterday, that it's definitely their jobs to lose, and if they don't play well, they could absolutely lose it. The other one is opposite Roquan Smith. Roquan Smith didn't really have a linebacker inside that could be there for the majority of the season. They have Trent Simpson right now to be that guy, but he struggled. He was a young guy. They're hoping that he fills that void. They have a guy, Buchanan, who they really love, that they drafted this year, but who knows who's going to be that second linebacker. But those are the only two playing positions. As you mentioned, this is the best roster in football. You love to be in this position if you're any other team in the league, but those are the two holes that we've been looking at training camp.
Oh, Samuel, it's funny you say that because we thought last week that the Ravens were going to sign the Bengals linebacker that got released, who ended up signing with the Raiders. And when we saw that he signed for $4.5 million, we went, "Oh, wow." We thought the Ravens would have picked him up as their second linebacker. You mentioned from within, what the Ravens are thinking in terms of this year. Just curious, is there any outside pressure from the fan base? Fan base loves Lamar, loves him. City loves him. Okay, how can you not? But it's time to win. And I'm just curious, with the Orioles falling apart this year, when, many Ravens fans are also Orioles fans, and they probably thought the Orioles had their act together, and now this is happening. I'm just wondering, are Ravens fans going to be a little salty this year and not have a lot of patience with the team?
Oh, yeah. The patience is wearing thin. If you're a Ravens fan, it's win or bust, especially after this Jair Alexander signing. It puts so much pressure on this team to get it done, and it's pressure that they've been accustomed to. It's not like this is the first time they've had that pressure. 2023, the Ravens were this close to beating the Chiefs and going to the Super Bowl. They were a 2-point conversion short in 2024, and this year with this Alexander signing, everyone is especially with that Orioles, poor play this year. Everybody wants the Ravens to make it to the championship. So it's definitely one of us. I've already had a couple of fans reach out to me and tell me, "Hey, we don't care about any of this. Get it done in the postseason." So that's definitely what the mindset is for the fans, and I'm sure the Ravens front office and the players understand that.
Well, Samuel, thanks for making time for us on short notice. We really appreciate it. Hopefully we can talk during camp and throughout the season. Have a great summer.
Same to you. Thank you for having me.
Samuel Njoku covers the Ravens. By the way, if you follow Samuel Njoku heading into the draft, he did say that if Malachi Starks was on the board, no matter who else was on the board, that the Ravens were going to take him. And sure enough, that's what happened. Follow Samuel on X at Ravens Talk Pod, Ravens Talk Pod.
It is, I said it earlier in the show. You brought up a couple of good examples. I think Penn State's a great one.
How about the Yankees?
Yeah, the Yankees are right there because it's been how long now since they've won a World Series?
09.
Wow.
I know, but for that fan base, that's an eternity.
But the regular season for the Ravens, it's not meaningless, obviously. But as someone who does a sports talk show for a living, it's hard to pay attention to the Ravens regular season unless it goes unbelievably badly. Unless, they are woefully behind expectations. But I'll start paying attention to them in January. Because unless Cincinnati, and I know they've signed everybody on offense, and I think they're going to get the D linemen taken care of. Do you trust that team to really challenge Baltimore for the division? And you love Joe Burrow. Love.
Oh, yeah. No.
You have a man crush on Joe Burrow. That's your guy.
Mm-hmm. No, because of their offensive line. I don't think it's very good. So, and quite frankly, the defense will only be average. And that's with Hendrickson.
At best.
So, to be honest with you, Mark, you know who the Cincinnati Bengals are? They're the Edmonton Oilers. Can they go on a deep run? Sure they can. They got talent. Okay. Burrow's their McDavid. Chase and Higgins are their Draisaitl. They can front run, and they're just good enough around those three stars, if you will, that they can make a deep run. But boy, it's tough to see them win in the final game. And in the AFC now, it's even tough to see them getting through the AFC. Like, I think you and I didn't think Edmonton would get through the West this year. We thought the West was deep enough that, they'd be able to win a round or maybe two, but no way would they get through.
I didn't think they were going to beat the Kings this year.
I didn't either.
I did not think they were going to beat the LA Kings. They far exceeded my postseason expectations of the Oilers, and I bought in too much and picked them to win the whole thing because they had the Stars, and I thought the Stars would carry them in the postseason. I was dead wrong. The better team won, and it wasn't close.
And that's who I think the Bengals are. That when the Bengals get rolling, you're like, oh, they can beat anybody. But then when they finally get slowed down, you go, well, this team doesn't have a good offensive line, the linebacking core, the secondary. How did I think this team was going to win it all? I mean, yeah, these 2-3 guys are great, but what was I thinking? And that's kind of what the Panthers did to the Oilers. They just exposed them, and they said, hey, you guys got some real things going for you, but come on, you can't beat what we have.
But it's either that, hey, Lamar just can't get it done in the postseason, A, and he's proven so far that he can't. But when you look at their roster next to the Chiefs roster, David, they're 2-3 games better than the Chiefs roster. And I know Patrick Mahomes plays for the Chiefs, but I'm not putting him I'm putting him above Lamar Jackson, no question. But it's not like the difference between the Ravens and the Browns, if you know what I mean.
Right.
And at what point is the head coach of the Ravens going to be at least brought up in the conversation of, is it him? Is Andy Reid that much better than Harbaugh? I mean, why is it that this team continues to underperform in the postseason? Is it all Lamar, or is it more than that?
There will be one thing that I think will hover over the Ravens all year unless they make an in-season move. This will be the first time, Mark, in a long time that the Ravens will enter a season in which we didn't know if they'll make the big field goal at the end of the game.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. I've been a customer for over a year and cannot say enough good things about their service and communication. If you're a business owner, you can trust Molly Maid to do an exceptional job. Their expert team delivers tailored cleaning for whatever your needs, ensuring a pristine environment for clients and staff. Visit mollymaid.com/FT-Myers or call 239-418-0052. Molly Maid, makes my home shine, and it will make your home or business shine too.
Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
This is Miller and Moulton. You're listening to Miller and Moulton, Coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the bonus hour of Miller and Moulton on this Thursday. 10 weeks today, the college football season kicks off in earnest, so 70 days from now. 11 weeks tonight, the Eagles host the Cowboys to kick off the NFL season. That's 77 days away. So our football magic numbers are 70 and 77. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Speed is the focus of our two poll questions. Shedeur Sanders got a speeding ticket, and he was trucking. He was doing 101 in a 60. You know, a $250 ticket. He earned it. But, you know, it's Shedeur Sanders, so it's getting a lot of headlines. And we ask you, just, you know, is this the thing, or is this not a thing? You know, I mean, the whole quarterback position of leadership, but he's 23 years old, and it got us to say, come on, we have all gone 100 miles an hour before, right? And so we decided to ask you, hey, did you ever go 100 miles an hour before in a car? And what are we at? Like 80% basically have gone 100 in a car before?
Yeah. The last time I checked in, my computer is having a little fun with me this morning. It's not going as quickly as I would like, David, when I try to switch from tab to tab. But we were at around 78% earlier that were admitting to doing over 100 miles an hour. Currently, 73 of 4 of you, 75%, have driven over 100 miles per hour in a car.
Huh.
And 56% of you are saying the Shedeur Sanders speeding ticket is a non-story. I am amazed that 44% of our audience thinks that this is a story.
It's funny. I'm actually amazed that non-story's winning.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Got a lot of factors at work here. Okay. You got the whole, people opinions of Shedeur Sanders, people's negative thoughts about his dad. Okay. Fans who are uptight about, a lot of little things because it's part of our DNA. And so I can't say him as a quarterback of my team. I mean, what starting quarterback that who's doing 100 miles an hour down the road?
This right here is, and I like Colin Cowherd a lot. He used to be a frequent guest on our show. I think he's an incredibly smart human being. But he's been incredibly wrong about one thing for, I don't know, the better part of 6 years. Baker Mayfield wearing his hat back.
Right. The hat on backwards, guy.
That's what this is to me. Are you kidding me right now? I mean, a 23-year-old drove 101 miles per hour in his car. Okay.
But remember, the Yankees freaked out when Junior was taking batting practice at Yankee Stadium? That was Buck Showalter. Freaked out that Junior had his hat on backwards. Okay, disgracing the game. Junior looked at him like, what in the world is your problem? Disgracing the game. I'm taking batting practice.
Yeah,
it's
I'm not
5 in the afternoon.
I'm not playing Augusta, for crying out loud.
Right.
I mean, this is old guy, get off my lawn type of stuff.
No doubt.
And it's really even more to old white guy, get off my lawn type stuff right
Could
now.
be.
This is something to me.
So it's why I thought that the 44% was going to be the 56%. That's all I'm saying.
Fair enough. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X to vote. Or if you want to just text us what you think and your reasons behind it, you can always text the show. 21,000 is the text line. If you've never texted the show before, you need to text the keyword Miller to 21,000 and then text whatever the hell you'd like.
I'm kind of excited about this potential Rays sale. I mean, the Rays have never been, let's pick a team in the middle, Mark, financially. The Rays have spent a little bit of money a couple of times, but I don't think the Rays have ever been in the top 20 in payroll before. Not as a contender anyway. They may have spent a few bucks in their Devil Rays days, bringing in some name veterans to try to get people to buy tickets. But, since '08, since they started winning games, I don't think the Rays have ever been a top 20 payroll team. And
I
now
mentioned
if the Rays can live in the middle, if the
Right.
Rays can be 18th in payroll every year,
be the
wow.
Tigers go from their 80 million spending, 90 million spending to $120, $130. We're not even asking them to go crazy and start getting in the 180, 190 range.
No, but let's face it. When a good young player has come along here for most of the last 15 years, it's been, either they have to get him a year into his career to sign one of those 8 to 11 year deals where, on the back end, he'll get paid, but, and the Rays go, well, we can afford this. And then, of course, the running joke is, well, once he starts making the big money, the Rays are going to trade him. Or they're unable to get that guy signed. And then it's like, well, enjoy him for 4 years because then the Rays are going to have to unload him. And wouldn't it be nice?
And it to me is exciting too, because they have a budding star in Caminero. I mean, this guy's legit by all accounts. I mean, he might win Rookie of the Year this year. This guy's a legit player. Lock him up as soon as you can. And now it looks like they may have an ownership group that's going to be able to, David. And they did it with Longoria and they did it with Franco. And Franco turned out to be, it looks like a horrible person. And that's not going to work.
Right. And they let Carl Crawford go. Now, Crawford couldn't handle the big cities in Boston and LA, and he was never the same player that he was in St. Pete. But at the time that they were losing him, Rays fan was like, oh, my goodness. I mean, there was a debate. Who was the better player, Crawford or Longoria? And that's how good Carl Crawford was when he was lost in free agency. But wouldn't it be nice? Like, you've married into a Pittsburgh sports family. Imagine if the Pirates had a new ownership in which they're like, listen, we ain't going to be top 10 payroll. But when we get a Paul Skeens, he ain't leaving. And if we ever get a bat, he ain't leaving. Now, I don't know how much we'll be able to afford more than one pitcher and one hitter at the top end of the spectrum. But I guarantee you, if you're buying shirts and jerseys of a guy because he's a budding star, we can afford to keep him.
Hey, David, I have to be really honest right now. I'm hoping that my Tigers start doing that, because there have been no indications since Mike Ilitch died that they're willing to spend money on their team. Their payroll is pretty low. They've got, Skubal and others who are going to get to the point where they need to be re-signed. And I'm hoping that the ownership group in Detroit is willing to make long-term investments in their young, talented players. I certainly hope that Tampa, whenever the time comes that they're sold, that they will sign these players that they've done such an amazing job at drafting. Because we just talked about the position players. Think about all the pitchers they've lost in the last 10 years.
Well, they trade them. They say, we can't, you're going into arbitration or you're about to year and a half away from free agency. We're not going to be able to keep you. So, okay, you're on the market. Let's see what we can get. I mean, doesn't it go all the way back to David Price? I mean, they kept him about as long as they could.
Exactly. So, you and I were a little me particularly, because you're no longer in the 239. So the St. Pete thing was great for those of us that live in Southwest Florida.
Sure.
Because the Trop was a simple drive. It was 90 minutes. You're not fighting any traffic getting there, and you're not really fighting any traffic getting out of there. Because the majority of the people are either staying in St. Pete or going to Tampa. And when you were jumping south on 275, you were over that bridge and you were home in no time at all. Yep. So for us, from a greedy standpoint, we loved the Rays being in St. Pete. But you and I both knew that the team would have always, we thought and think that they will do better from an attendance standpoint if they put it in Tampa. The TV numbers have always been, the TV and radio numbers for that matter, for the Tampa Bay Rays have always been terrific. And is it just a market that's older than most and likes baseball and they're going to watch their team on TV? Or if it's in Tampa, are they actually going to draw fans?
Now, I will say,
I'm thinking really hard about going Sunday. I'm thinking really hard. I even talked to the wife about it last night.
now that's an afternoon game, though, right?
I know.
It's as opposed to Friday and Saturday nights.
I think
right?
it's Saturday afternoon as well.
Oh, is it?
I
Okay.
believe it's Saturday, and that's why, I was just kind of looking at Sunday.
Because obviously, from a temperature standpoint and comfort, you're the I'll never go to a college football game again in September guy. I don't know how much different it is at 1:30, 2 o'clock in the afternoon this Saturday than it is in mid-September at the Swamp.
I would say less humid than in
Okay.
September. That's the first thing I would tell you. And I'm going to be able to do it in guaranteed at least an hour, if not 90 minutes less time to finish a Major League Baseball game than a collegiate football game.
Yeah, I'd go hour for sure. Two
For
and a half,
sure an
3.5,
hour.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
For
Okay.
sure an hour. But it's going to be hot.
Would it be out of line if you go Sunday, if I request either you or if you're going with someone, or just, pass the phone to someone sitting next to you? Could they take pictures of how sweaty your shirt is? Because you run hot in an air-conditioned studio. You, on a 92-degree Sunday afternoon, sitting in row 15, halfway down the first baseline, in the fourth inning, when you've been there 2 hours, oh my goodness, you're going to look like a roofer heading to lunch.
There have been a lot of people over the years that say, you sweat that much because you're fat. I've lost 30 pounds. I'm on the treadmill every day. I scare the people around me on the treadmill with the amount of perspiration that comes off of this body.
Right.
That's 30 pounds lighter than I used to be. David, I guarantee you that if I go, I will have to bring a change of clothes in the car to be able to drive home. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122. or NolanAgency.com.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dreamweaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. I've been a customer for over a year and cannot say enough good things about their service and communication. If you're a business owner, you can trust Molly Maid to do an exceptional job. Their expert team delivers tailored cleaning for whatever your needs, ensuring a pristine environment for clients and staff. Visit mollymaid.com/FT-Myers or call 239-418-0052. Molly Maid makes my home shine, and it will make your home or business shine too. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Thank you, Larry, and thank you, Martin. Martin, I'd love to. I don't think I can pull off Friday night, and if I'm going to do it, I'm either taking the whole family or I'm taking my mom. My mom loves the Tigers. My mom's 81. Thought it would be a cool, something I used to do with my dad a lot. Would be kind of fun to do with my mom. Wow. So the 200 section third base side is shade, is what you're telling me. All right. Section 213 behind home plate, $22 a piece. So, I'll wait till David. So, David, there was a Netflix series that kind of my boss, my broker, turned me on to called Bad Sport.
Okay.
And I don't know how I don't remember anything about this, but the first one was on the Arizona State point shaving scandal from the 90s.
Okay.
Pretty good. Pretty good. The second one he said is great, and I've not seen it yet. But I don't know how. I mean, I guess I must have been so heavily involved in my minor pro hockey world that I don't remember anything about that Arizona State point shaving.
Gotcha.
But they had the players that were involved, and they had the guy who bet all the money. I mean, the campus bookie they didn't have, and I've just looked up. There's not much information on this Benny Stillman, but Joe Gagliano was someone that this Benny Stillman knew, and I mean, it was a fascinating story on how long they kept it under wraps for, and basically how they screwed up, because they damn near got away with it.
Wow.
Because it was only supposed to be 2 games, and if it was only 2 games, they would have gotten away with it.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. A special co-host tomorrow. I'll leave it at that on Miller and Moulton. So there. If you missed any part of the show, Keith Smith, JP Peterson. The JP Peterson interview was outstanding. It's at the top of the 8 o'clock hour. And Samuel Njoku. Go to millerandmoulton.com, download what you missed. And that can be the case every time. And all our guests join us on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
Speaking of American Paint Supplies, the head honcho, Gene, it's his birthday today.
Hey!
Happy birthday, Gene. Thanks for all you do for the show. We greatly appreciate you and all your staff at American Paint Supplies. So if you're going in there today, walk in and say, happy birthday, Gene.
Da-da-da-da-da. And see,
Like
I'm here to see Gene. Where's Gene? Then just start singing happy birthday. How'd you know it's my birthday? Miller and Moulton. You'll be like, I got to cancel that advertising.
Hell no. Getting birthday shout outs. If you want a birthday shout out, text sponsor to 21,000.
Well played. Well played. Hey, listen, has there ever been your favorite team losing a game in which at that moment you're like, well, season's over? And I don't mean obviously a playoff game or very late in the season. I'm talking about midway through a season, early in a season, in which you go, well, there's really no sense watching anymore. Because don't you have to think, if you're an Orioles fan, that last night's game was one of those games, up 8-0 in the third, and you lose. And, you know, if they had won last night, don't laugh. They'd be 4 games in the loss column out of the final playoff spot. That's it. They would have been 4 games. Remember, nobody wants the final playoff spot in the American League. I mean, between the Minnesotas and Clevelands and Kansas Cities in the Central, between Seattle and the Anaheim and Texas in the West, I mean, the Red Sox and Guardians, I think, are like tied, or one of them's a half a game above the other for the final playoff spot, and they're barely above 500. The Orioles would have been 4 back in the loss column if they had held on to an 8-0 lead last night. Instead, I have 3 Orioles fans in my life who all have texted me last night and this morning and said, well, I don't need to watch any more games. Season's over.
I don't ever recall having that feeling. I've had that feeling about my teams before the season started. And I've had wins for teams that I root for that can change your mind about a team. I remember being in college when the Wings were just starting to turn the corner. And we went to an afternoon game against Calgary. And at that time, this is late 80s, early 90s.
Oh, Calgary's really good. Yeah.
Calgary's really good.
Won the Cup in 89. Yeah.
And Detroit tied them 5-5. And I remember not just me, but the entire crowd leaving that building went, I'll be damned. We just went toe-to-toe with the Calgary Flames. Maybe they're better than I thought. But I don't remember thinking a season was over. And I guess that's because, you know, the Wings or Michigan State basketball are the 2 teams that I root for that probably have had the most success. And I go all the way back to when Magic won the title for the Spartans in 79. They lost to Northwestern and were 4-4 in the conference and went on to win the national title. So that cured me of a bad early season loss, saying, well, it's over now.
I can certainly relate to JDR Blue in our Twitch chat room, who says, I feel that way every time my Mets go to Atlanta. Well played. I will say, I remember the first time I felt that as a fan. And it was the Pisarcik, Herm Edwards fumble play. Giants win that game. They're tied for the final playoff spot with the Eagles in the NFC. And the Giants had not been a good team in my lifetime. Hadn't gone to the playoffs since before I was born, and I was approaching my 13th birthday. And when that play happened and Herm Edwards scored, and I remember looking at my dad, probably the only time I remember watching a game with my dad, and looked at my dad and said, well, I don't have to watch the Giants the rest of the year. This season's over.
I've certainly felt that way about other teams that I don't root for. We said it last year. We talked about it on the Tuesday after it happened when Washington beat Chicago on the Hail Mary. And we probably talked about it on Monday, but I remember on Tuesday having Pat Kerwin on it. I think you may have asked him and just said, you were a part of that Dolphins-Jets game with Marino and the fake spike and what that led to. And Pat was like, I see the same thing with the Bears, and damned if they didn't go right into the toilet after that.
And very quick history lesson. So the Jets were 6-5, and I think they're playing for first place in the East with the Dolphins. And Marino runs the fake spike play, which capped like a big fourth quarter comeback for the Dolphins. And they ended up winning. And the Jets never won another game. Jets finished 6-10. And Pete Carroll got fired. He was one and done as a head coach. And Pat said, I don't know if the Bears will win another game. And the Bears won one game the rest of the year, but they didn't win that game until they had fired Eberflus. I mean, the Hail Mary essentially led to the end of the regime in Chicago. And they won one game the rest of the year. We wondered at the time, by the way, because if the Bears would have been 5-2.
Yep.
And how much did, and Washington, Washington got it going in like late November. But Washington was 500, a little bit above, and then they got it going. So how would the Commanders season have gone if not for the Hail Mary win? But
the Commanders are the team I am expecting a slip from this year, by the way.
Okay.
The Commanders will not make the playoffs in 2025.
Ooh, look at you. Look at you. And I don't think you believe that a wild card team is coming then out of the NFC East. So that's 3 wild cards coming from elsewhere.
Well, unless the Dallas Cowboys exceed expectations. I actually like their offseason a lot, more than most, but I'll dig into the schedules. But Washington, to me, is a team that did it last year with absolutely zero expectations and zero pressure. And I love that quarterback. Jaden Daniels is the man. Love everything about the way the guy plays. But I don't think that record was maybe 4 to 5 games better than that roster.
They beat Tampa and Detroit on the road in the playoffs, so there was nothing fluky about that either.
No, it wasn't. But Detroit's defense was a shell of itself by that time in the season. They couldn't stop anyone. So that's my bold June prediction.
Is bold. That is bold.
I wanted to get some clicks. Somewhere I'll have to post that.
Gotcha. But I just, Orioles buddy of mine texted me during the commercial break, and he's just like, well, I don't know what I'm going to do with myself until, Commander season. I'm like, oh, come on. He's like, oh, no, it's over. It's done. Capitals went out early in the hockey playoffs, and now this. He goes, basically, I'm shot. I have no idea what I'm doing with my summer.
Wow.
I know.
Wow.
So I was just wondering if anybody, remembers as a fan, obviously not a playoff loss because the season ends at that moment or very, very late in the season, but just, one of those mid-season or even before it in which you go, well, this season's over. This team's shot.
Miller and Moulton, couple of poll questions up today. Have you ever driven over 100 miles per hour before? 77% of you say that you have. And 60% of you right now saying the Shedeur Sanders speeding ticket is a non-story. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X to vote. The good, the bad, and the ugly. Today was the day when and what's on tap. It's how we finish things out, and that's next on Miller and Moulton.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
This
sound.
is Miller and Moulton. Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Football magic numbers are 70 and 77, number of days into the start of the college and NFL seasons, respectively. Special co-host on the show tomorrow here on Miller and Moulton. By the way, Mark, what's your magic number till vacation?
8. 8, David. In fact, yesterday I brought in the person who's going to produce the show while I'm gone to do a little training, make sure everything's running smoothly. And he says, hey, I'm probably going to pop in next Friday around 9:30 just to watch you finish it up. And I said, or finish the show yourself, because I may just get up and leave when you get there. And he kind of looked at me and thought I was making a joke. And David, you can tell by the laugh, knows I am 100% serious with that comment.
I'll be thrilled if Mark stays around for the 8 o'clock hour a week from tomorrow. I really will.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
You should know by now that Today Was the Day When is brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. GameDayMen'sHealth.com, Bonita Springs and Naples, 427-3441. That, of course, is in the great 239-427-3441. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Mention Miller and Moulton for 10% off your service. We start in 1846. Today was the first officially recognized baseball game. The New York Nines defeat the Knickerbockers 23-1 in Hoboken. Today in 1865, Union General Gordon Granger declares slaves are free in Texas. It is now the date of the end of slavery, known as Juneteenth. The Republican Party nominates President William McKinley for re-election, but back then they chose who the VP was too, and they had a new candidate, Teddy Roosevelt. Max Schmeling KOs up-and-coming American heavyweight Joe Louis in 12 rounds at Yankee Stadium today in 1936. The rematch would not go so well for Schmeling. Robert Johnson, a legendary blues musician, did his recording session with producer Don Law in Texas today in 1937. Today in 1943, the Philadelphia Eagles and Pittsburgh Steelers merged. It would dissolve on December the 5th. The Tasmanian Devil was created and premiered today in 1954.
I thought you were talking about the boxer there. Wasn't it Vinny like Pazienza or something like that? Didn't he go by the nickname the Tasmanian Devil?
You know what? You may be right. When I think of great reliever nicknames, I always go with the Mad Hungarian now, Al
Hrabosky.
Yeah.
Yep.
Today in 1956, Jerry Lewis and Dean Martin ended their partnership after 10 years and 16 films. David, Ball 4 was published today in 1970.
I thought it was awesome.
Garfield first appeared as a comic strip today in 1978. Barry Switzer resigns as Oklahoma's football coach today in 89. I wonder what he would do after that. Gary Carter breaks the NL record for games caught with his 1,862nd game catching today in 1990. Pablo Escobar surrenders to police today in 91. Holyfield beats Holmes in 12 for the title today in 92. In a game that still should be going on, the Dallas Stars beat the Buffalo Sabres 2-1 in triple overtime to win the Stanley Cup in 6. Brett Hull was in the crease. Called the game rule the whole year
Yes, they did.
The last goal of the season, they decide that they don't want to call the rule.
And they called it all playoffs, too.
Every game.
Yep.
It was a black and white rule. If any part of your skate was in the blue, it didn't count. Unbelievable. In 2000, the Lakers beat the Pacers in 6. Shaquille O'Neal, your MVP with the Lakers' first title in 12 years. In 2005, Michael Campbell of New Zealand holds off Tiger Woods to win the U.S. Open at Pinehurst. The Carolina Hurricanes beat Edmonton in 7 for the Stanley Cup today in 2006. Rory wins by 8 at Congressional today for the U.S. Open in 2011. James Gandolfini died today in 2013 at the age of 51.
Can't believe it's been 12 years.
I know. The Cavs win their first title in 7, overcoming a 3-1 deficit to defeat Golden State today in 2016. Earlier that day, Dustin Johnson won the Open at Oakmont. And it was 3 years ago today that Matt Fitzpatrick won his U.S. Open at Brookline. Mo Howard, Mo from the Three Stooges, and Lou Gehrig would have celebrated birthdays today. Shirley Muldowney is 85, the drag car racer. Ann Wilson from Hart is 75. Paula Abdul is 62. Peter Warwick, 48. Dirk Nowitzki, 47. Jason White, the 03 Heisman winner, is 45. And David Pollock is 43. What did I miss, David?
Nothing. You got the headlines that I wanted to hit, so good job.
Huh, look at that. Wonderful.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
We go to Pittsburgh today for the good, where April Schmidt was traveling back to Pittsburgh from L.A. on Friday. But a little Friday the 13th bad luck happened to her. She was pulling her bag from the carousel, and her hand got stuck between the suitcase and the edge of the carousel. It pinched her hand. She pulled her hand back really quickly. It wasn't until the drive home that she realized when she pulled her hand back that she snapped the diamond off of her wedding ring. It had been given to her by her husband in 1992. She U-turned, went back to the airport, and started searching for the diamond. 2 employees, a stationary engineer and an electrician, and 2 other members of the airport staff helped her look. After 90 minutes, she left empty-handed, but the employees kept working and looking, and 4 hours later, they called her back to tell her that they had found the diamond.
Wow.
She said it restored my faith in humanity, honestly. These men didn't know me at all. They knew nothing about how long I've been married. They knew nothing about my husband or the stone or the sentimental value or the economic value, but it didn't matter. They were just committed to doing the right thing. For the bad, we go to Italy, where an 80-year-old man got stuck on the Rome monument, the Spanish Steps. Really not made for a car. But the man, who tested negative for alcohol, was driving down the monument's historic center. He got stuck halfway down. They later removed the car by crane. Finally, maybe my favorite ugly ever. We go to India for the ugly, where a drunk man was riding his camel on the expressway. Video shows the man visibly intoxicated, swaying from side to side on the back of the camel. A man tried to stop them and shouted at him as he was driving parallel to the both camel and drunk driver on the camel. Finally, they were able to get in front of the camel and the man driving it and get the camel to pull over. They tied the camel to a streetlight and tried to get the man off the back who just mumbled at them. That is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, Thursday, June 19th, here on Miller and Moulton.
So there's a couple makeup doubleheaders, so there's actually more baseball today than there normally is. 11 of the 16 games scheduled are in the afternoon. However, Marlins hosting the Phillies tonight, Rays hosting the Orioles tonight. We'll see if it happens. Miller and Moulton with kind of a friendly little wager. Doubleheader in Detroit, 1 and 5 o'clock. Skubal scheduled to pitch at 1. Skeen scheduled to pitch at 5. You sure we can't figure out a way that they pitch against each other?
We could figure out a way. We are not general managers of baseball teams. They don't want to deviate from their schedule because God forbid someone has to pitch 4 hours earlier or 4 hours later.
So there you have it. One of two doubleheaders. The Cardinals and White Sox will also play a twin bill today. We've got Gold Cup soccer. Little after 9 o'clock tonight on FS1, the United States taking on Saudi Arabia. We're pretty significant favorites, but that doesn't mean anything. It's men's soccer, and we can screw that up at any point in time. It's on FS1 at 9:15. Amazon Prime tonight, if you want WNBA doubleheader. The 10-1 New York Liberty are at 7 o'clock, but you got Caitlin Clark and the Fever at 10. The Fever in Golden State. Indiana, 12.5-point favorite. 7 and 10 tonight on Prime, your WNBA doubleheader. But obviously, Game 6 NBA Finals. Oklahoma City, a 6.5-point favorite. A win, and they're the champs. Indiana wins. We'll have a Game 7 on Sunday. 8:30 ABC tonight. Could be the last broadcast for this broadcast team. A lot of rumors swirling about Breen and Doris and Richard Jefferson and whether or not this, when the new deal starts next year, whether this is going to be their team or not. I think Burke's contract's actually up.
Burke's contract is definitely up. They're unsure on Jefferson if they want to keep him on board. I think this is the last broadcast for this threesome.
I do as well.
I think Breen will be back, obviously. He's the voice of the league.
Right. But do you think the Thunder hoist the Larry O'Brien trophy tonight?
I do. I do. I would take them to win. I would take them to cover. I don't think Halliburton's going to be effective if he even plays, and I don't know if Siakam literally can go for 40, and I think he would have to for the Pacers to win.
I think they got to have their role players who hit threes. That's the way I see Indiana staying in this game and potentially winning, and can put the pressure on Oklahoma City and what have you. But I've been pretty high on the Pacers throughout this series. I think it ends tonight. I picked Oklahoma City in 6. I picked 1-1, 2-2. Thunder in 6. The Halliburton injury, he's not going to be effective tonight. He's just not. So
I don't know how he can be, David. I really don't. It doesn't make any sense that he's going to be what they need, if you know what I mean, for tonight's game. And without him, I don't see how they have a chance. You're right. The role players all have to step up.
Yep.
Can they do it at the level that they'll need to? Because if Halliburton's not effective, then you got Ludank who could guard someone else. I mean, you change what they do defensively. And Oklahoma City is they're a great defensive team. They're an all-time historic great defensive team. And they're gonna win it tonight. I think this is over.
When the Pacers won Game 3 at home, what's interesting is they shot 52%, but they didn't rely on the three. They're obviously a very different team tonight. C.J. Mosley just retired. 10 years in the league with Ravens and Jets. C.J. Mosley called it a career this morning. And you'll have a lot of that. I don't know about a lot. You'll have a little of that over the course of the next 5-6 weeks. Veterans who can't seem to get a contract offer or an offer that they like, or they're working out trying to get ready for camp, and they're like, yeah, I'm not really interested in this anymore. So we'll get about a dozen retirements between now and the end of July.
And then a trickle here and a trickle there of free agency of the guys that are left signing with teams between now and then. As David mentioned, we'll have a guest host tomorrow, which means one of us will be here. You'll find out who tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Have a great rest of your day, Miller and Moulton. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from that fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. I've been a customer for over a year and cannot say enough good things about their service and communication. If you're a business owner, you can trust Molly Maid to do an exceptional job. Their expert team delivers tailored cleaning for whatever your needs, ensuring a pristine environment for clients and staff. Visit mollymaid.com/FT-Myers or call 239-418-0052. Molly Maid makes my home shine, and it will make your home or business shine too.
Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
This is Miller and Moulton